question. And I think, look,
maybe they should confront him head on instead of this backdoor.
Maybe, but I would say something slightly different, which is if you genuinely believe in free markets, right, or whatever you think free markets are supposed to be,
right?
You know, Robbie Starbuck is out there yesterday.
Right.
He's free to create boycotts on one side,
right.
And we were talking about, you know, that may be a version of a cancel culture of sorts, and there's a cancel culture on the other side.
Andrew, yesterday, the shakedown that
the government,
the shakedown that the pro DEI people did was exponentially greater than what poor Robbie has been trying to do.
Maybe I should not have raised that in this.
I mean, the shakedown
but the context that I'm suggesting here is, if you believe government is supposed to stay out of business, right, and for whatever reason, if you believe that ABC is not a straight down the news middle organ,
there's a Fox on the other side of that.
Maybe that's a business decision. I don't believe that that's what they're trying to do.
Nice,
but nonetheless,
it would be nice if it wasn't like 10 ABCs to 1 Fox.
We can have a larger debate about that. But what happens if I told you that there was a market that was 10 times larger, and the truth is it isn't 10 times larger. The truth is that there is a market on the other side, and maybe there's these markets.
You know what? I'm back to say, Elon Musk, thank you, because that's where Twitter is a place where you.
So that's the place that you can go for that.
Yes.
That's what you.
But you know the sad thing is, it's supplanting and displacing and disintermediating everything we've always known as news, but they deserve it.
They deserve it.
They deserve it.
As we sit here, right here.
I don't care.
You don't care.
I think I try to do everything I can to not be part of the problem. Yeah, I do. And I know you do too.
I try. I mean, look,
we both try.
I will say this broadcast.
Right.
If you get it on all sides,
I think you're right.
Every side. I do
think
believe that. I genuinely believe that.
And we're a unicorn. So we got that right.
We get a lot. I don't know if you see it. Sometimes you get a critique that says,
"Oh, I see it."
You know, I can't believe you had this guest on, and I say to myself, "What are you, crazy?" The whole point is that you can actually hear from all the different sides.
Right.
Always.
Right.
And that's what we always do.
Yes.
So,
but it's very, you know, we talked about it earlier. We were exhausted last week. Remember?
Yes, it's
totally exhausted.
It's exhausting.
Getting up at 3:30 and doing this.
It's exhausting.
And then we bring guests on, and then I gang up with you on certain guests. You gang up with me with other guests. By the end of the week, all we want to do is sleep and drink.
We got a lot more coming up on Squawk Box. Get your eggnog out. The NASDAQ got more than 30%
that'll work.
date. We're going to talk about the tech trade and trends to watch in 25. We'll do that next. This Christmas Eve edition of Squawk Box coming right back.
Washboardjim.com.
Welcome back to Squawk. Apple hitting a new high in yesterday's trading session as the market cap approaches, as we were discussing earlier, $4 trillion. Joining us right now to discuss the outlook for Apple and other mega cap tech stocks, Ray Wang is the Constellation Research founder, chairman, and principal analyst. I almost called you wrong, but you're not that. You're right, Ray, and it's nice to see you this morning. We are closing in on $4 trillion. We were actually going back, I don't know if you heard the discussion earlier about Warren Buffett, who lightened his load. He still owns, obviously, a big portion of Apple, but maybe he should have even doubled down last year, frankly.
Well, you're definitely right. Merry Christmas Eve, and of course, Happy Hanukkah. I think the challenge really is when to get out of big tech. And as everybody worries about putting too much in or high concentrations, the main thing is really these tech giants have been able to move and manipulate as every market change has occurred, whether it was cloud or whether it was going to mobile or whether it was going to, the digital transformation and now AI. And it's because they've got the capital to invest in the CapEx to be able to survive. And that's why these Mag 7, these digital giants, are actually continuing to win in the marketplace because they reinvest their capital and reallocate towards the newest innovation and trends.
Would you do you think about the Mag 7 as a block, if you will, or do you look at them individually and think very different thoughts about each?
Each one is a little bit different. And I think the challenge is to think about them in terms of their business models and their monetization models. You've got Amazon, which is playing in everything from ads to search to digital goods and services to memberships and subscriptions. You got Tesla going after the automation and the AI world. And you got Meta that's basically straddling AI and, of course, with their social networks to deliver on digital advertising. But each one of them has perfected one of these monetization models, and they're all moving to the next two or the next three. And that's what makes them so potent. Apple's a great example. Apple has consumer trust. And because it has consumer trust, especially with data, it makes them a great candidate to move into the healthcare field and personalized health. And that's an area they'll do really well with. They do advertising, but they don't directly sell your data. And they've got good ad revenues, especially with some of the deals that they've made with Google, search companies, and of course, other organizations. And that's why we see this kind of continued growth, especially given the fact that these are digital giants and they can actually invest that capital that's going to be important for each wave.
If you could only own 2 of the 7, who do you own?
Well, I bet long on Tesla, and I would actually look short term, especially on Amazon. And I mean that because Amazon has cloud, Amazon has the AI capabilities, and of course, it's got the commerce. And I bet long on Tesla because what we're going to see is the deep tech benefits that Elon Musk put in, especially what happens when we think about automation. So from X.AI to what's going on with the energy transition, and more importantly, all those deep tech infrastructure that's required for the next set of technology waves.
Is there 1 or 2 of the Mag 7 you would not touch right now?
I actually would not. I actually would keep holdings in all 7. I wouldn't skip any one of them. I think you'd be missing out. And then I think the running joke on the Broadcom thing is Broadcom is just a money printing machine, and they're not in the Mag 7, but it's something definitely to consider. I think the other thing to look at is we're going to see a couple of trends. Big tech's going to benefit from M&A activity because of Trump policies. AI is creating the next set of winners, but those winners are going to start moving beyond the chips. They're actually going to go into companies like Walmart, Costco, Uber that are actually leveraging that. And of course, we're going to see a massive IPO market, especially lots of companies haven't been able to come out in the current environment, but you'll see that with Databricks and Stripe and CoreWeave. And of course, we're going to see new waves in other technologies like quantum computing.
Ray, I want to thank you. I want to wish you a Merry Christmas, a Happy Hanukkah, all of it. Appreciate it. Look forward to talking to you again in 2025. Talk to you.
Well, coming up, a Squawk Box holiday tradition because Santa Claus is coming to town, and NORAD is tracking his journey around the globe. That's up next. Later, will we see a Santa Claus rally? That's the term used for the final 5 trading sessions of the year, the first 2 of the new year. Sam Stovall is going to break it down later in the show. We'll come right back. It's Christmas Eve, and Santa's coming to town once again. This year marks nearly 7 decades of NORAD, tracking Santa's journey around the globe through its radar and satellite systems. Joining us now, U.S. Air Force General Gregory Gio, U.S. Northcom Commander. And it is good to see you, General. Okay, let's start with the weather. Is it any concern there for Santa?
Well, right now, he's on the west coast of Russia on the other side of the international date line. There's some snow, but we've seen over the years that Santa's not affected by weather like our fighter jets could be.
Does he tell us where it begins? And I mean, it's a very specific route, and it's not easy, obviously, to hit all those houses. But where does it start, and as he goes across the globe and ends?
Well, it started about 20 minutes ago when he launched from the North Pole, and he goes over the west side of the international date line where it's still nighttime for, at this case, Western Russia. We don't know exactly what route he takes, but it's usually there west of the date line, and then travels around until he gets to the United States later on tonight.
It's monitored obviously by NORAD, and what is the main device? Is it satellites? Is that how we know exactly where he is at any given time?
We do use satellites as well as 2 other systems, our ground-based radars and also airborne radars with AWACS and our fighter jets. So between those 3 systems, we fuse it here at NORAD, and we're able to track his whereabouts throughout the entirety of his journey.
You've got how many employees ready to take calls about what's happening? And Verizon supplies a hotline. Microsoft's involved. They don't even charge you guys, do they, for that?
Yeah, I'm sorry I had a technical glitch there, but yes, we do have over 1,000 volunteers throughout the day that will help tell children where Santa is at any time. And then, of course, we appreciate the sponsors that bring the technology to allow us to do that.
It's a sensitive subject, General, but is there a concern about drones? Are you monitoring to make sure that there's,
what's going to happen in Jersey?
Exactly. In Jersey, we don't want them running into a Chinese spy balloon either.
Well, absolutely not. We want to make sure that Santa's safe throughout the journey, and that's why we can use the satellites, fighter jets, and radars to. He doesn't need our help navigation, but we can help him with safety. And there are a lot of different agencies that help with the drones, and so I don't foresee any challenge at all with drones for Santa tonight.
The Russians are flying around Alaska, too. I guess it was in international airspace, General, but apparently not unusual. I know we're going to lose you soon. You got bigger fish to fry. Have a great holiday season, great Christmas. Thanks for what you do, and keep Santa safe. We need those toys. Thank you.
We very much do.
We do. See you later.
Thank you very much.
Okay, you're welcome.
I got a whole bunch of folks who
coming, yeah.
going to wake up early tomorrow morning.
Oh, yeah.
Run to the tree.
For
That too. Come on, me. I'm still running to the tree.
You are.
I am. We've got a lot of gifts from Santa. We do. We do the whole thing.
That's excellent. Put some clothes on. Put some clothes on.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we're going to do those. We sometimes do the pajamas.
Yeah?
I'll show you some.
That's fun.
Pajamas. Coming up, banks warning customers to practice safe checks around the holidays. Our own Leslie Picker is going to join us right after the break. She's got that fascinating story. You don't want to miss it. Plus, as we head to that break, take a look at yesterday's S&P 500 winners and losers.
Asana.com.
Good morning and welcome back to Squawk Box, live from the NASDAQ market site in Times Square, checking the futures. There's some red and green. Perfect. You got the Dow down a little bit, S&P and NASDAQ both in the green. The bank industry apparently warning about check scams around the holidays. Leslie Picker joins us now with more, even more than normal, right, Leslie? And Merry Christmas Eve.
Yeah, definitely. Merry Christmas Eve, Joe. Thank you. And during the season of giving, the bank industry is reminding you to practice safe checks. I can't take credit for that one. It's actually a real campaign by the American Bankers Association, and that's because checks are increasingly susceptible to fraud. Even though their usage has plummeted in recent years, the number of suspicious activity reports filed by banks with the Treasury Department related specifically to check fraud has skyrocketed in recent years. The number of instances has more than doubled in the aftermath of the pandemic. Now, the Treasury says the mail is particularly vulnerable to check interception, where criminals will essentially steal envelopes from mailboxes and then alter the checks that were inside and deposit for their benefit, or thieves will use the checks that they steal to make more counterfeit checks from there. Now, a recent government analysis of just a 6-month period in 2023 found that mail theft related check fraud was associated with nearly $700 million, which include both actual and attempted transactions. This can affect personal savings and business accounts, as well as financial institutions that often bear the cost of check fraud losses, guys.
Just wonder, compared to debit cards, and I mean, they're all susceptible, I think. What can you do in this case for checks, to practice safe checks?
To practice safe checks, you don't want to go unprotected, Joe. So it's probably best not to use checks in the first place or deliver them by hand if you can. But if you really need to or want to send a check through the mail, there are a couple of best practices. The American Bankers Association says you should use permanent ink. You should avoid blank spaces on the check, conceal personal information, so don't have your address or anything else on there, and monitor your banking activity online. It's also probably best to check with your intended recipient to make sure that they are actually the one who deposited the check, guys.
That's unbelievable, the way you started that last answer. You probably really shouldn't send checks in the mail. Can you believe that? That's where we are right now. I mean, that used to be the way of the world. It used to be the way of the world. You need stamps, you need envelopes, how about you gotta order checks, it takes 3 weeks. Everybody got them from that same company, Harlan, whatever it was, John Harlan. It's totally been
and they're expensive.
displaced. Yeah, it's amazing. Totally new world. All right.
Yeah, you know that movie Catch Me If You Can from like the 60s around Christmas time?
Yeah.
So I thought that was like a thing of the past, like check watching and all that, but no, it's rampant again.
Wow. All right, thank you, Leslie. Coming up, we're going to talk about the relationship between President-elect Trump and Elon Musk and other executives. That's next. And it's not as new as you might think. Henry Ford, other titans had close relationships with a lot of presidents. And a reminder, get the best of Squawk Box in our daily podcast. Follow Squawk Pod on your favorite podcast app and listen anytime. We're coming right back. before Elon Musk and President-elect Trump, there was Woodrow Wilson and Henry Ford. The CEO influence in Washington only continues to grow as the power of Washington grows. And joining us now with more on presidents and their relationships with CEOs, Tevi Troy is a senior fellow at the Ronald Reagan Institute. He's also the author of The Power and the Money, The Epic Clashes Between Commanders-in-Chief and Titans of Industry. It's good to have you, Tevi. The Ronald Reagan Institute, I think I know where that is. Is that across from the St. Regis down in, right
yeah,
down
that's
from
exactly where it is, 16th Street, just a short walk from the White House.
Yeah, the Hayat, I know exactly where that is. So,
well, come visit.
I would next time. You know, it just seems like everything in our lives, we think it's the first time it's happened. And like, there's never been anything like Elon Musk with Donald Trump. That probably is it's not as unique as we think, is it?
Well, that's exactly right. In fact, in all my books, I try and show how things that everyone says are unprecedented are actually have precedence. They're not unprecedented. And in this book, The Power of the Money, I talk about the relationship between presidents and CEOs, which goes back well over a century. As you alluded to, Henry Ford goes to the White House in 1915 to try and lobby Woodrow Wilson not to get involved in World War I. Oops, obviously he did. But he charms Woodrow Wilson by telling him Henry Ford jokes. So CEOs were celebrities long before Elon Musk was a celebrity. And this is an old story in American politics. As long as you have powerful institutions, CEOs of big companies, they are looked at by the government, and sometimes positively and sometimes not positively. And the CEOs need to get involved in order to have their say and to protect their interests.
Right, but none of them owned X. But then again, Rupert Murdoch supposedly was a king. Supposedly Rupert Murdoch was involved in who was going to be the Republican nominee in some elections, or at least they talked about it. And then I think, it made it one of the most famous movies of all time. Citizen Kane wanted to be a kingmaker and influence everything. So even the media angle is not totally new. It just seems like it's a lot more pervasive with X.
Yeah. Sure, and there's an even better example of Henry Luce, who is the head of Time magazine, which arguably had more influence than X, because Time was one voice, X is millions of voices. But Henry Luce was all for Eisenhower in 1952. He was writing positive editorial coverage. He helped devise the Republican foreign policy platform that year. He provided staffers for Eisenhower in his 52 campaign. And of course, Eisenhower is victorious, and Luce had a lot of influence in that administration.
This is the Time magazine. This is the Time magazine.
Back to Italy.
This is the Time magazine guy.
Yeah, Henry Luce, the founder of Time magazine.
With a Republican? What? Backing a Republican?
Yeah. Oh, he was a huge Republican back then. That's right. And the magazine changed. That's totally true.
That never happened. I don't believe it.
Tevi,
I got a question. It was a more Republican magazine, but you're right. That's a big change.
Tevi, I got a question for you, which is we're seeing a lot of guys, obviously, from Andreessen Horowitz and Silicon Valley, obviously going into this administration now. And I was thinking back to the financial crisis and even the last 30 years where a number of very prominent partners, alumni of Goldman Sachs, made their way into government. It was sort of a tried and true thing that, Goldman Sachs did, not to demonstrate their civic mindedness, but that, they took great pride in that people would work at the firm and then they'd go off and do things in government. And it worked and was, I think, a great benefit to frankly, taxpayers and the government. However, as you know, the financial crisis happened. Hank Paulson was the Treasury Secretary, and all of a sudden, it became known as, Government Sachs. I don't know if you remember this. It became sort of a meme, Government Sachs everywhere. And there was a backlash, not just against the individuals who were involved in government, but on the firm itself, because there were all of these claims of conflicts and things. And so I was just very curious what you think that portends for this whole situation, which is to say, it's great if it all works, and we obviously hope it all works, but if it doesn't work, does it actually put the businesses with which some of these individuals came in any kind of jeopardy?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we were just talking about Henry Luce and Time in 1952 and the surprise that Time was ever a Republican magazine. But it was so in favor of Eisenhower that there was a bit of a backlash, and it became seen as too pro-Republican. There was even a joke that said, time is even-handed. Half the time it protects the Republicans, and half the time it bashes the Democrats. So there was this sense that time was so Republican that it actually had a corrective. That corrective was so great that now it's seen as a big left-wing place or has a left-wing bias. So yeah, the involvement in government itself can change the nature in the way of the business and how it is viewed.
Has anybody ever done it really well in terms of the conflict piece? Because one of the things that I think is important is I think you want people who know stuff, who are subject matter experts, who've had great success trying to help us in government. You would think that's a good thing, but at the same time, I think we care about the credibility of government and the idea that folks are doing this without not in their own self-interest, and how you can prevent against that. Is there any good example of that?
Sure. I mean, you can go back to both 1895 and 1907, when J.P. Morgan himself gets involved in two financial crises we have, and despite the reluctance of presidents to deal with him because he was an unpopular fellow, he helped save the U.S. in two financial situations, both in 1895 and 1907. So those are good examples. Another good example is Lew Wasserman, who was a Hollywood mogul who got very close to LBJ, to Lyndon Johnson. And he said to Lyndon Johnson before the '64 election, which was a landslide win for Johnson, I have to ask you a favor. And Johnson kind of blanched, wondering what the favor was going to be. He said, I want you to promise me I'll never have to serve in government. So by being an outside advisor, it worked out better for both of them.
Yeah, that's the age-old question, I think, Terry. Is it better to go in with some money with the government? Maybe, I don't know, maybe you do okay. Or is it better to go in with nothing and they all end up with 8-figure net worths? I mean, I am not going to mention any names, but think about it, recent history. Think about recent history. They used government as a way to enrich themselves.
Now look, I have a friend who was Carter's domestic policy advisor, and he said that all of his deputies became billionaires. So yeah, it's definitely an issue that people go into government and later make a lot of money. I will say I went and worked in the George W. Bush White House, and I chose to go write books about presidential history like The Power and the Money. So everyone makes different choices.
Right. Okay. All right. Debbie Troy, thank you.
Thanks. When we come back, a lot more on Squawk. Airlines bracing for some record holiday travel. We're going to tell you how many people are actually headed for the airport. We'll do that next. Squawk Box coming right back. for the Executive Edge. Airlines, they are bracing now for their busiest Christmas season ever, with tens of millions of people taking to the skies. Now, a record 54 million passengers expected to fly between December 19th and January 6th. This is according to an industry group, Airlines for America. Among the most popular U.S. destinations, you ready for this? Orlando, Las Vegas, interesting for the holidays, Fort Lauderdale, and Honolulu. We've got 2 big hours ahead. The S&P Retail Index, it's up nearly 35% year to date, but there's a big gap between the winners and the losers. We've got an analyst to go through it all and break it down right after the break.
See.
Take a look at the retailers as the holiday season comes to its home stretch. Joining us now is Oliver Chen, Senior Retail Analyst at TD Cowen. It's not all coming up roses, is it, Oliver? Where's the weakness? Weakness in credit card sales? What about online traffic?
Joe, happy holidays. We've been encouraged by the momentum online. What we're estimating is up 7 to 8%. Walmart remains our top idea for 2024. It's up 70%. And Walmart's doing a great job offering both value to the consumer as well as being a digital a powerhouse in terms of what's happening. What's been weaker, Joe, is department stores and Target as well. Consumer discretionary has been tougher as the consumer is still facing inflation challenges and has mixed consumer confidence despite having a lot of spending power. So a mixed bag in terms of what's working. Thematically, what's working is value, scale, as well as those taking share. And both Costco and Walmart are taking share from a higher household income customer. On the other side of the coin, department stores, apparel, beauty, it's been a lot choppier for both Target and Macy's.
Your two favorites, Bath and Body Works. Is that part of the beauty that you were just talking about?
Yeah, Bath and Body Works has a mall presence. It's a unique category in terms of fragrances as well as hand sanitizer and candles, and it's a highly giftable item. They're going a lot more digital too. It's covered by my colleague. It's a stock we like. Another idea we like is BJ's Wholesale. The theme here, if you like Costco, you'll like BJ's too. The PE multiple's at 22 times. Costco's at 48 times. It only has 250 stores versus Costco's 600 plus. So a lot of nice growth at BJ's as well.
So credit card sales, I mentioned that right at the top. Not as good as October, but better in the couple of days or session.
Yeah, Joe, there's been a lot of cross currents. Specifically, previously the weather was pretty warm. That impacted the consumer. As we've seen a cold snap, it's been better for apparel. And you had the Santa tracker on earlier. There's 5 fewer days. So a real rush now, but 5 fewer days is less shopping days. So that's something to watch as well. We've been in the stores. There's a last minute rush to get what you need. It's a real instant kind of holiday. Those are cross currents we're watching as well. And the consumer feels strained despite having spending power. So a mixed bag in terms of how consumers feel. The big theme here is you buy a retailer that has needs plus wants, meaning the food business of Walmart and Costco, the ability for these as well to have scale and negotiate with suppliers and basically low prices.
What's your best gauge at this point? You got credit card data, web traffic data, you got traffic, retail traffic, you got Nielsen data. You get different things for different retailers, or you use all of the above. But what's the best?
We use so much where we're looking at weather, credit card data, as well as consumer panels, and as well as a lot of the online tracking. What we're thinking for holiday is up about 3 to 4% total, and then cyber in terms of online 7%. And we're also in the stores, Walmart, Target, Canada. I'll be in right after this, as well as talking to management teams. So overall, a pretty mixed bag. It's highly, highly competitive and promotional as well. So cross currents, and we think Walmart will continue to be a winner, BJ's as well. And don't forget about all the artificial intelligence happening at Walmart in terms of growing the online marketplace and digital advertising. That's the future of retail.
Biggest losers this time around?
Well, we're hoping for more people at department stores. So it's something we're watching. I was in Macy's last night. The beauty area of that store is pretty vibrant, but a lot of the clothing needs to be updated for younger consumers, to put it nicely. And you do need more service. You need to be able to find a cash register. Those are things consumers want as well.
All right. Okay, Oliver. Appreciate it. All right, thanks, you too. 7 a.m. now on the East Coast, just after. You're watching Squawk Box on CNBC. I'm Joe Kernan along with Andrew Ross Sorkin, and we've got some of the top stories. There's a couple. It's slow around this time of year. Former President Bill Clinton is in a Washington, D.C. hospital this morning, and he was admitted because he had the fever. His deputy chief of staff, though, says that he was just admitted for testing and observation. He's in good spirits and is grateful for the care that he is receiving. Elon Musk's AI startup says it's raised $6 billion in the latest round of funding, and that values that company at more than $40 billion. XAI says the money will likely go towards products and infrastructure such as its Grok AI model and a multi-billion-dollar supercomputer site in Tennessee. And Nippon Steel's $15 billion bid for U.S. Steel is now in the hands of President Biden. The Committee on Foreign Investment in the U.S. was unable to reach a consensus on the deal. The president now has just over 2 weeks to decide on that, and he's previously expressed opposition to that takeover.
Meantime, take a look at the futures on this shortened holiday trading session is what I should say. Meantime, I want to get over to Dom Chu. He's got a look at some of the 2024 naughty sectors and nice ones as well in the ETF category. Dom.
That's right, Andrew, Joe. So we're looking at the lens of ETFs in 2024 and kind of seeing if we can find some thematic elements outperforming and underperforming wise. So we'll start off with maybe some of the straightforward stuff about the year. And first of all, no surprise that the Magnificent Seven stocks within consumer discretionary, communication services, and technology have really led the way, those mega cap stocks. Now, those are the three best performing sectors in the S&P, but you can kind of encapsulate that in a Magnificent 7 ETF. This one in particular, the Round Hill Mag 7 ETF, ticker MAGS, is just emblematic of it, right? The 70% move year to date is kind of just tells the story about the mega cap technology trade. So that's the big theme so far of this year with the big outperformance in the S&P 500. Now, if you break things down a little bit more into some of the perhaps underperformers, there is only one sector in the entire S&P that's actually negative so far in the year, and that's the materials sector, down about 0.5%. Meanwhile, energy and real estate are the two other underperforming sectors. So materials, energy, and real estate, the three worst performing sectors within the S&P 500 so far this year. Industry specific wise, that may be something a little under the radar for some folks out there, but for investors in airline and travel stocks, they've kind of noticed it all year. But the U.S. Global Jets ETF, ticker JETS, has many of the travel booking names, airline-type stocks, not just here in the U.S., but around the world as well. But on a year-to-date basis, it's up 34%, so outperforming the broader market, and a lot of that performance has come in just the latter half of this year. So travel and leisure, a big one here. As for one of the underperforming thematic trades, as much as the housing stocks have been in focus over the last few years, the iShares Dow Jones U.S. Home Construction ETF, ticker ITB, is an underperformer, only up about 3% so far year to date. So we'll see if that housing trade plans out. And by the way, if you were looking for artificial intelligence as a theme, yes, it's been a big one, but only a handful of stocks have really benefited on that front. The QQQ ETF is up 28%. Meanwhile, the iShares Artificial Intelligence ETF, ticker ARTY, is up about 10.5%. So in the AI realm, Andrew, Joe, you might have been better off just buying the QQQ as opposed to trying to find thematic ETFs that track some of those AI stocks, guys. Andrew, I'll send things back over to you.
Dom, I just want to say happy holidays to you, but I also want to thank you for wearing a sweater. Because
you were the inspiration. Your sweaters over the years have been
I've not worn a sweater in a while. I probably should. We used to have the Sweater of the Month club that I was going to. I still think that there's an opportunity there for us, by the way.
Really a sweater.
It was a sweater, because it was with a zip.
Sweater of the...
I like it because I did the full zip too. It's easier to just kind of, move around.
Right?
And,
It's very cozy, Dom. It's very cozy. I want you to, tell me a story or something.
People say it's a very Mr. Rogers look, and I think there are worse things to be called than Mr. Rogers. So I'm going to stick with the full zip
Mr.
cardigan.
Rogers.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah? He was, he was all right, I think.
I think he was.
Trust those guys normally, but all right. Thank you, Dom.
Merry Christmas, guys, and happy holidays.
You too. Why are you laughing?
Because I know the way you think.
Yeah, I know.
I know you.
You know, you do. U.S. Trade Representative's office has launched a probe into alleged anti-competitive measures by China to support its semiconductor industry. China already faces restrictions on the most cutting-edge processors used for artificial intelligence. This probe focused on legacy chips, those used in the automotive, healthcare, infrastructure, aerospace, and defense industries, and regulators are investigating whether China used anti-competitive tactics to try to achieve dominance in the chip industry in China, as well as global markets.
Okay. Meantime, China policymakers plan to sell a record $411 billion of special treasury bonds. They're planning to do that in 2025. That's according to a Reuters report now on China's plans to bolster its economy. That number would be triple the amount of the bonds sold this year. And this all as stimulus measures trying to support consumption and investments, trying to recapitalize some of the large state banks there. China's CSI 300 index gained about 1.3% overnight on the back of that news, Joe.
And coming up, more on the markets ahead of today's shortened trading session on Wall Street. Then, one of the most sought-after mentalists in the world.
This is the greatest. This is my favorite part of the whole year. That and the donuts.
He's scary. He's gonna mesmerize you with his magic.
Mesmerize me.
Yeah, all of us. It's O's, isn't it?
O's.
O's Perlman.
The greatest.
It's not like Dr. Oz, he's like Mr. O's. Perlman joins us right here on the set with some trickery. Squawk Box. Well, I don't even know if it's trickery. It gets us.
Com.
Welcome back to Squawk. We have some breaking news for you, and it is not good right now. We've got some reports saying that American Airlines is now grounding flights nationwide because of what they're calling a technical issue. We are reaching out to the airline for more information. We're going to bring you updates as we get them, but as you can imagine, Christmas Eve, one of the big flying days of the year. So here we are, and this appears to be maybe a computer glitch or something else. We do not know. We should say this is just reports. This is not coming from American Airlines at the moment, and we are trying to find out a lot more information, but a number of places now reporting on this news.
Not only a lot of people flying, but this is the time when you need to get somewhere.
You need to get somewhere. You got to see your family, no question.
I remember being stranded once, and it's like you want to tell someone this can't happen. I have family, I was much younger, but I have family, parents, everybody.
I'm having panics about trains, planes, and automobiles.
You are, yeah.
Moving.
Exactly.
That's what this feels like.
And that just depresses me because I miss John Candy, I miss Chris Farley. I love that he was John Candy was so funny. You know what I mean? Let's talk broader markets, right, John? Was he not? John Belton's here. Gabelli Funds portfolio.
That's too young
manager.
to know who these people are.
So at this point, we're going into the Santa Claus rally, but I don't think that doesn't really help us with our long-term plans. What about 2025?
First of all, I'm a little rattled about this American Airlines thing.
You going somewhere?
I'm supposed to fly tomorrow.
You are.
3 young kids, so
Yeah.
let's hope it gets sorted out. But
I hope it gets sorted out too. Wow.
so yeah, markets. I mean, I think the way I'm thinking about it is we're kind of exiting the year where a lot of pretty bullish expectations built in. You look at consensus expectations; it implies about 13% earnings growth for the S&P 500 next year. That's off of a 10% growth year this year. So market expecting acceleration. That's against the backdrop of decelerating GDP growth. So I think there is quite a bit built into expectations. Valuation also seems a little on the full side. 22.5 times forward earnings. It's kind of a top decile type valuation. We're coming off an 80th percentile year for stock returns. So definitely a lot built in for good reason. I think there's pretty good economic fundamentals. There's excitement about this new administration, some of the policies around deregulation, spending cuts, extension of tax cuts. So hope for some productivity enhancements coming with that. Artificial intelligence, also a productivity dynamic, which I think will persist. But I think we're just kind of entering the year cognizant of the fact that there is a lot built into expectations. Some of it is for good reason, but we're taking a slightly more measured approach as we enter 2025.
Would you be happy if multiples just stayed where they are?
Absolutely.
Because they're not going to, I can't imagine they expand because the rate cuts, maybe we still get some with a weaker economy, but not 4 or 5, maybe, who knows though. But is 2 enough to keep us at 22 times earnings? Well, and then 13% earnings growth, that's give me, we'll take it if we stay at 22.
Absolutely. I think it's hard to bet on multiple expansion from here. But I do think, yeah, if companies can deliver on these earnings growth expectations and we do get a teens type index level earnings growth, there's going to be winners in there, and I think it could actually set up okay.
Is it possible that you could see GDP, not go to single, like 1 or less than 1%, but go down 2 or below, and we could still, companies could still flourish at 13% growth? Can they do that?
Yeah, I mean, I think, so the expectation, I think, is that real GDP in the U.S. goes from about 2.7% this year to about 2.1% next year. I think in that type of environment, you've got nominal GDP growing, somewhere around 4%. Revenue growth for S&P 500 companies could be kind of mid-single digits, layer on some margin expansion, some capital allocation policies. You can get to that teens earnings growth. As always, there's going to be winners and losers. But yeah, I think it is possible to deliver that sort of.
That could be a sweet spot. I think you could still get some rate cuts too.
You should have, I think, markets pricing in kind of 1.5, maybe just under 2 cuts for this year. That to me now seems, fingers crossed, a little bit more de-risked. I do think we could get 2+ rate cuts. I think inflation is still on a healthy trajectory.
So you mentioned a couple of administration policies. You didn't mention tariffs yet. We just don't know at this point.
Well, I think that's the broader point to make when it comes to assessing or predicting policies from this new administration is we don't know, and the devil is going to be in the details. I think some of the risks right now, some of these isolationist type policies, so tariffs, maybe some of what's going to happen with immigration, I think those are policies that could, tariffs for one, could act as sort of a tax on consumption.
Yep.
Immigration crackdown and potential deportation, that could act as sort of an upward pressure on unit labor costs. So it's hard to make a real call with that stuff because we just don't know, and the devil is going to be in the details. But I think those are some of the potential risks to the economy.
Does the Doge type spending cuts, does that help because we worry less about, the bond vigilantes can calm down maybe, or is it does it actually take away from economic growth by just the government spending less?
I think there's a near-term, long-term dynamic there where I think that type of stuff should be very healthy over the longer term.
The near
sets
term.
the company up, or the company sets the country up a little bit better, reduces the deficit, moves more economic activity into the private sector from the public sector. So
Right.
that's a productivity boost. Near term, I think, again, we don't know the specifics, but if Elon and Vivek are successful in cutting $2 trillion of government outlays, that's going to have an impact on unemployment. It's going to have an impact on growth, again, near term, but that's kind of a hiccup that the market may have to deal with.
Mario, get anything this year? I mean, he's very frugal.
Very frugal guy.
He's very frugal. Bonus.
You got to get him a briefcase.
Would you get some
Mario
peanut brittle
still
or
has it
any,
all.
I mean, yeah, those briefcases.
Briefcase.
Those were like those
I
look like they
admire,
cost.
can I say I
you
admire
don't
the
use it.
frugality? I do.
I know you do.
You know I admire that.
I know you do.
As always, we sat down at our research meeting, lunch meeting yesterday, and Mario gave us all some very good investment ideas for next year. That was all
Cost
we
him
could ask.
cost him nothing, basically.
Cost him
Is
nothing.
what you're saying. Yeah.
Thank you. It's great to see you.
We love
wish you a Merry
If
Christmas.
he's watching, he's laughing.
Happy Hanukkah.
If he's watching, he's laughing.
Merry Christmas and
I'll
Happy
tell you a
Hanukkah
story
Mario as well.
about him.
Sounds good.
He's very
When we come back, this is like the highlight for me. You were great, by the way. So it's not that you were the highlight, but I just want to be
nice,
clear.
Andrew.
Yeah, I know. The Wall Street
Please leave. We
mentalist
have someone really
is here.
interesting. Yeah.
Oz Perlman is back. He is going to mesmerize us. He's got some illusions and tricks up his sleeve. You do not want to miss this, folks. I'm serious about this. And then later, meet your new roommate, Siri. Apple taking another swipe at making the leap from your smartphone to your smart home. We'll explain when Squawk Box returns.
Time now for today's Aflac trivia question. What child star is known for singing the song I Want a Hippopotamus for Christmas? The answer when Squawk Box returns. inside wealth. And now the answer to today's Aflac trivia question. What child star is known for singing the song, I Want a Hippopotamus for Christmas? The answer? Gayla Peavy. She recorded the song in 1953 at 10 years old.
A report says American Airlines is grounding flights nationwide. Well, you now have a statement from American Airlines. Here it is. A technical issue is affecting American flights this morning. Our teams are working to resolve the issue as quickly as possible. We apologize to our customers for the inconvenience. The company did not say whether all of its flights were grounded, and that doesn't give us a lot to go on for how long we should expect.
Nope.
And we know there's a ripple effect, obviously.
Big time.
It's not
Think
just,
about it. Today's not the day for this.
And it's American, but I don't know how many other airlines would be affected just from the ripple effects of none of those flights going. Maybe it'll only be an hour. Maybe
Let's pray.
Hope springs eternal.
Let's hope for all the folks who are out there, either road warriors or folks trying to get to their family.
Yep. Hyundai's going to start giving out free adapters that will let electric vehicle owners use Tesla chargers. That's going to happen early next year. The adapters will allow models such as the Ioniq 5 and 6. I see a lot of those, and I kind of like them. To connect more than 20,000 Tesla supercharger stations. They'll be able to available to anyone who bought or leased their Hyundai EVs before this coming January 31st. You know which ones those are. They're pretty recognizable.
Yeah.
And Hyundai has come a long way. I don't think of them the way I used to. Or Kia.
No, they're pretty great.
Yeah.
Pretty great. You know I want one.
Which
I still
one?
want a Kia. I want the Kia Telluride.
You want the Telluride?
I do. You pause. Okay,
I pause because it's like I don't know why you just don't go for the Range Rover, because you like them because it's like a Range Rover wannabe. You can be who you want to be. You don't need to be a wannabe.
No.
Get the Range Rover.
Because I'm frugal. Remember I
So
told
you're like Capelli. So we're back to this.
Yes, I like the frugality of it.
Okay. All right. It'd just be nice for you, Andrew Ross Sorkin, Range Rover, not Kia. That's just
Thanks.
still to come. The Wall Street mentalist Oz Perlman is here to mesmerize us. Later, we're going to talk housing and where rates may be headed in 2025. Squawk Box will be right back.
guarantee.
Okay, time now for my favorite segment of the year. Now, I know I've talked about Donut Day being one of my favorites, which it is.
I'm in the top.
This, I think, tops that. I just want to say, joining us right now, the Wall Street mentalist, Oz Perlman, is here. He always wows us. Can he wow us again? That is the challenge.
If I had known this, I would have brought donuts. I would have united both of Andrew's favorite things in one beautiful, glorious circle.
That would be almost too much for me.
But that's the question.
Too much.
If I had known this,
yeah.
If I had known this.
why didn't you know it?
You know what? That's the nature. That is
all
the
you have to do is
nature
watch the show.
That's
of this
why you're here.
network.
Yeah.
That is literally how do we derive alpha? And you know what I find is every year
Yeah.
there's a new hot button financial trend, right? You go back 10 years ago, everybody was all high frequency trading, but now all I hear, 2 letters, AI, every single time, AI.
Right.
That's all you hear about. Next year will be something else. What's the flavor of the week? But I'm going to tell you something that never gets old. Never.
Magic.
Nope. Better. It's not what you know, it's who you know. For example, your Rolodex, right there. Andrew Sorkin's phone.
He does.
Just the people in there.
Yes.
The value. If you were to go through, I mean, the fact that you could right now text Elon Musk, he might not know your name, but either way, my favorite video of last year, by the way.
Oh yeah, Aaron.
Oh, that was so good.
I'm in his phone as Jonathan.
Jonathan, it should
that's
be.
Jonathan. That's
I've
right.
saved
Aaron
you
was
as
the guy
Jonathan
yesterday. Right.
You know what? I want them to know. I want the viewer to know.
Yep.
I want them to know exactly. I walked in here, I don't know, 15 minutes ago, commercial break.
Yep.
I said to Andrew, I gave him some thought, okay, to preload this, to think about this, and I want to tell him exactly what I told you, which is, Andrew, to grab your phone,
Yep.
to look through, and to think of any business leader out of your whole phone.
Yep. That's what you told me.
And I want you go ahead, you know what, grab your phone, hold it up to you.
I got it up.
And you got 1 million people in there.
Yep.
And could have changed his mind over and over and over. In fact, I think you did more than
at one
once.
point, yeah.
And to think of one person in there,
Yep.
have you got somebody in mind?
You told me just so we're clear, a CEO of a major company.
A CEO of a major company.
Yeah. So I went back and forth, and then I said.
Have you
on
told
one person.
anybody?
I've not told.
Have you
a soul.
whispered it? Have you written it down? Have you done anything? Zero. You've got
Zero.
one person right now out of your whole phone.
Yep.
If you were to get this person on the phone, I feel like right away you need a connection, that human connection.
Yep.
Notice what I did there, Joe. Did you see it?
Not really.
I led the witness.
Yeah. Oh,
Right
yeah,
from
you
the
did.
start. Right from the
Don't
start.
tell us how you do this.
Did you honestly, right now, think of anybody in your whole phone? When I asked you, think of anybody in your phone, any business leader, did it feel like I coaxed you into picking someone specifically?
No.
Close your eyes, please. Power of suggestion. Keep your eyes closed. It's not what you know, it's who you know. What was the first thing I said to you? I told you exactly what happens, what trends are. Open your eyes. Tell us all. Who did you think of? What companies he run?
Sam Altman.
Yeah?
OpenAI.
Oh, Sam Altman, OpenAI. I said, every year there's a trend.
You did, I know.
ChatGPT 5, it's already built in my brain. Hold on. Take it a step further. What if you were to call Sam and connect, and you want a story, you want a word, you want a phrase, you want something that connects the two of you so that you have a bond. That's what journalism is. It's creating that open atmosphere where you can ask a person a question they've never answered before. 1 word, 2 words, 3 words, watch his eyes. See, he's thinking right now. He's saying, what would I say to Sam Altman? Boom, 2 words. Is it 2 words? I saw kind of a space bar between. Were you thinking of 2 words?
That I would say to him or text him or something.
Yeah. Can't be a whole phrase.
Short, 2 words.
2 words.
Words.
Don't lie to me if it's one. Why am I going back and forth? Are they connected? Something weird. Think of a letter.
Are they connected?
Don't say anything. You just did something with your eyes that was interesting. Think of one of the letters in these 2 words. You have 2 words. Any of the letters. I want you to reach up and grab an interesting letter out of a word.
I'm going to give you. This is going to be a weird one. If you cannot get this, I don't believe that you can get this because only I would know this, and only he would really know this.
Only you and him.
That's what you just
That's
asked
it.
for something that was personal.
Personal.
That he might remember that
26 letters in the alphabet. You just thought of 1. Is that right?
1 letter.
Nobody does the vowels, Joe.
They don't.
They're too obvious. They cost money and Wheel of Fortune. They have negative connotation. You didn't do a vowel, did you?
Right.
No.
See? CNBC. Want alpha. K. Are you thinking K?
That's not fair. That's not fair.
Look this way, swear to them. There's nobody that would know this but you and Sam Altman.
Correct.
This isn't written in here, this isn't spoken, this is nothing in your head. Look this way at me. Boom, boom, rev the engines, go-kart. Is that it?
Did you guys see what's happening here?
We don't know what you were thinking. Is that really it?
Go-kart. That's literally what I was thinking.
See, I don't. This is why I don't like when he comes in, because I get scared.
The first time I ever met Sam Altman, guys, this is probably a dozen years ago, I was at a conference and they had go-karting. And so I thought of go-kart, because I thought what would be a personal thing that, that he would remember, that I would remember.
I mean, Joe, anyone watching thinks that you're.
This is so crazy.
They think you're colluding, because this couldn't happen.
I want everyone to know, there's zero collusion. I can't even fathom. How did you even understand?
He's not going to tell you.
Hold on. I don't know how to go from
Honestly,
here. This one's supposed to be the middle, not the finale, Joe. I had Joe teed up, but now Andrew's having a breakdown on air.
Hold on. Can I say this? This one's a serious situation.
No, I know. It is serious.
This is at a whole other level. How do you?
Andrew is worried what else I know right now, to be honest.
That's right.
A.K. Jonathan. You know, I told you.
I thought there was no way. No way. I figured you could guess the first part. Maybe. I mean, maybe.
I said AI is everything that we're talking about. You saw that.
But still.
Don't do an AI company. Don't you dare.
I won't know.
So, what did I ask you to do during the commercial break? Hold on.
You had like a bunch of cards, and they all were.
100 companies. Here's the thing. So I tell Joe, pick a random company.
Yeah, you did.
And I feel like senior leadership is what matters at various companies because it's from the top down.
I'm sorry, I can't even get over what just happened here.
This is why I don't want him to do anything to me, because I'm scared of Ouija boards and stuff like that, because I don't want to be like.
You picked a random
possessed.
company.
Yes, I did.
You picked a random company.
Off the
Do
cards.
you know?
I didn't know, but I know now.
Do you know the CEO of this company?
I do now.
Okay. Count how many letters are in this person's first name.
Yeah.
See, that's fast. Too fast. That's too fast. 4 letters, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Hold on. Here we go. I think I got the name. He did this too obvious. We want a tight shot on Joe when I get this. Close your eyes for me, Joe.
I know you're going to get it.
See that?
I know you're going to get it. So I'm not going to. All right. I'm not going to be surprised.
Close your eyes. First name is Mark. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And get Joe on this. Can we get Joe on this? I want to make sure we get Joe. No, close your eyes, Joe. Can we get Joe? I'm trying to see him on camera. Joe, do me a favor. Tell us all which company. Open it up. Meta, Zuckerberg. Is that right?
No.
What do you mean?
That's not the one I got.
Which company is it? Who's the person?
He's going to get it. Mark Klaus.
Mark Klaus?
Campbell's Soup.
Campbell's Soup? I'll go with Campbell's Soup.
Holy! I can't even say this is not fair. I'm sorry.
Music. What if though?
It's a gamble show.
Here's the question.
What
if he had picked a different? You know what? Fill in the blank on that, because people always ask me, what if he had done something different? So tell me, what if he had picked? Give us a phrase there. What if he had picked? Say it.
I don't know, CEO of like the Lego company or something. I don't know, some crazy thing.
What's that? What if he had picked what?
CEO of, I just said Lego.
Lego?
I was thinking of a company I don't know the CEO of.
If he would have picked Lego, then Joe, I think we're ready to go. I think I'm ready if he would have picked Lego.
Okay, can I just say something for a second? I just need to say something. I know we're on TV, but this is crazy.
Did you just come up with Lego for the first time ever?
God's honest. I'm telling you, this is insane what's happening here.
It
What's
happens
happening
every
in
time.
front of us. This is not like some kind of scam. I feel like.
No, but I think he's evil. I to be able to do
Hold
these
on.
things.
Only for good, Joe.
How
only
did
for
you
good.
do that?
I don't know. I don't know.
That part.
It came out because I thought I ruined things when it wasn't Zuckerberg. And I thought he screwed up.
No, when you started with that, I was thinking, oh my God, he's going to do this like bank shot thing. I've seen him do the bank shot thing, where it seems like you're right, and then you're wrong, and then
you feel bad.
And then he did it a third time.
Yeah, and then there's a third time.
I can't even.
I can't wait for Joe.
I gotta take my microphone off. I can't do this.
Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah.
I can't do this.
Do you need to clean yourself up?
No, I don't understand. how this is even possible.
I hope not.
No, this last
that was amazing.
The last thing
Courtesy of my
is the
children.
thing I can't.
Well, when you came up with Lego, I don't know. I was going to say something else. Why'd you come up with Legos? Why the hell did you come up with
Because I
Legos?
thought of, I was trying to think of a
You must be.
company-
Maybe it's he's very predictable.
I was trying to
You
think
know
of a
what?
company,
The kids.
a company that didn't.
Are you very predictable?
That you wouldn't know the CEO of. Because I didn't know the CEO of Lego.
No.
Danish guy, great
Who's
guy.
the CEO
great
of
guy.
Lego?
We'll have him on next week.
I'm sorry if I don't know the CEO of Lego.
Privately held.
I don't. Yeah.
Keep 'em. Yours. I'm a giver.
Thank you. You are. That was. You know. That's what I said. We got a Ouija board one year for Christmas. We didn't open it and took it back because I was so scared.
Right when you do it, it's going to say OZ.
I just don't
try it.
understand
It'll go
this.
right to OZ next time.
I'm sorry.
I think it's supernatural. That's the thing.
Sam Waller's going to text you
Is
later
there
and
any
say,
other
let's
way?
go
Is
go-kart
there any
riding
other way?
again.
You're not that predictable, are you? I mean, you're fairly predictable. You're not that predictable.
I just don't understand what happened here. This is so crazy.
Wouldn't you have rather
This is
had
so
it just?
crazy.
Wish you just would have brought some donuts because we get really thrown off by.
How did you have the Legos in the can?
Now,
We've got a breaking news update now on the American Airlines outage. The FAA's Air Traffic Control Command Center site showing a ground stop for American Airlines and its subs. In a statement, the airline saying the following: a technical issue is affecting American Airlines flights this morning. Our teams are working to resolve the issue as quickly as possible, and we apologize to our customers for the inconvenience. You can take a look at the stock. That's not going to really help the folks who are sitting in the airport waiting to make it to wherever they're trying to get with their families. But right now, the stock off about 3%, and we hope you make it where you're supposed to go I need to apologize because I'm still so.
Oh no, I'm thinking. I feel bad for the American. I'm gonna, but I'm still.
I can't get over.
It's possible when I was cutting the deck of cards.
I can't get over what's
He
happened
got me
here.
maybe. He directed me maybe to Campbell somehow. But then how would he know? How would he know
Legos
you were
coming
gonna,
out of the can?
Right. That's
This
what
is
I mean.
where I'm.
How did he know that the can that I was gonna get finally?
I can't even get to the go-kart part.
No.
I've never talked about that publicly. I don't think. I mean, it's
No.
just not something I would say to another human.
Has he ever, like he was on the show on Saturday morning, he was on the ESPN, has he ever just bombed? Where
No, I've never seen a bomb.
That's what I mean. How does
I don't understand that. I'm so. Are you as crazy as I am about this?
It's really it's scary.
I'm so. We can't. We're getting me told to move on. I
move
can't move on. I can't move on for the next 2 hours. I can't move on for a day.
We're gonna. I promise we're gonna talk.
How did the
how about
Legos
if we
come
talk,
out of the can?
How about if we talk about Trump? Your other favorite subject. President-elect Trump.
I love donuts. I love magic.
President-elect Trump. He promised big changes to come to the economy once he takes office. Join us now with what to expect in 2025. Is Liz Pankati is the director at the Roosevelt Institute, and Veronique de Rugy is a senior research fellow at the Mercatus Center. And I guess usually when we have these segments, Liz, we are going to get to tariffs eventually. So why don't we just start with that? Negotiating ploy, inflationary, a good thing or bad thing?
I think you have an issue where Trump is signaling to the market, to CEOs, to other countries that he's going to do the sweeping tariffs he campaigned on. And to some extent, they're not believing him. And even members of his cabinet and senior advisors are saying, no, it won't be what you think it is. And so I'm curious to see exactly what they do. But I think here in the first 100 days, there will be some pretty sweeping tariffs rather than the targeted and strategic tariffs we've seen over the past 2 years and even from the first Trump administration. I think the big question you have is, are they going to go after de minimis, where you see Customs Border Protection going after a bunch of small packages that could really hit Americans' pocketbooks, which would be a good thing for American manufacturers, but ultimately could really place inflationary pressures throughout our economy if the sweeping tariffs he's proposing on China and even our friends, Canada and Mexico and others, are put in place.
But Veronique, your thoughts on that? Similar?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I don't see how he's not doing it, and I also agree that his cabinet and people around him are trying to reassure everyone around that no, it's just a way to get lower tariffs around the world. But we're going to see. I mean, he's promised his base is very pro-tariff, I assume, because they've been told how great it's going to make things. And also, like, when you look at member of his cabinets, it's actually interesting. It's a very different cabinet. Some of his picks are more traditional, but there are also a lot of guys who've openly written about all the great stuff you can do with tariffs. So I think we're going to see tariffs. Yeah, I mean, we're going to see sweeping tariffs, and it's going to be interesting to see which of the Trump tariff theory we get.
Veronique, are we as deficit and debt conscious as we're going to get? Or I mean, if he extends the tax cuts and some of these other things, does it ever become actually where it's almost impossible, it's almost an obstacle to moving forward because the debt is just so big? Or do we never get there? Can we just keep, we can always print?
Well, I mean, I hope that the Republicans are going to keep some of their commitments, especially in the House, to do a lot of offsets for the extension of the tax cuts. But I worry that the political reality is going to make it so hard. I mean, they don't have a lot of power. Like, they don't have a very small margin in a House. And you know what that means? It means they're going to have to negotiate. They can't lose any Republicans. And it's very possible they're going to end up having to negotiate with Democrats. And that means what? That means that for the tax cuts that they're going to get, without offset, they're going to actually get Democrats to pay for them for more spending. And I I mean, hopefully some of the tax cuts are very pro-growth, especially the one on capital. But I think it's gonna grow the spending. And if the Doge and these guys can't convince Congress to follow suit and cut spending, we're getting in dangerous territory. And let's not forget, inflation is not back to target. In fact, it's ticking up. The economy is growing, and real wages are going up. I mean, and these are just. I think it's dicey out there.
Liz, you would, I think, even be more definitive. You think that some of these policies, in your view, while promising to deliver a great economic boom, will blow a hole in a strong but fragile economy. Is that your view?
I think that's right. I think we have like a stack of mismatched plates that are okay for now, and you are looking at dropping the entire stack of plates and shattering all over the floor. I mean, as Veronique was saying, we have a strong but fragile labor market. We have inflation that's ticking up in a way that is, I think, mildly concerning. I wasn't surprised to see the Fed cut and wouldn't be surprised to see a pause going into Q1. But I think we have a really fragile economy, one that looks okay on paper, but the minute you lift up the hood, it's not great. To go back to your first question to Veronique, we're talking about Trump has proposed $10 trillion in tax changes on the campaign trail, between making the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act permanent and no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime. I'm not sure we're taxing anything at this point based on what he's proposed. $10 trillion is not something you can recover from, both from a debt and deficit standpoint and from an inflationary perspective. That is 3 times what the Biden administration spent on the American Rescue Plan and the Inflation Reduction Act. That is 4 to 5 CARES Act programs in a non-crisis scenario. And I think the inflationary pressures, even if they're pro-growth, which I don't think they will be based on what's being proposed, I think we're looking at both the economic crisis and a huge hole in a strong but fragile economy.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Liz, Veronique. Thank you, opposing viewpoints. We should have asked O's. We wouldn't even have to be debating what's going to happen.
I'm so bugged out by this whole situation.
I don't think you can finish the show.
I can't even understand.
I can see how he got the Campbell soup. I just don't see how he had the Legos in the Campbell soup.
I don't understand that. I don't understand.
Because you just came up. That was just random. The Lego thing. It's not even a U.S. company.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry that.
Why Legos?
Because I was trying to think of a company where you wouldn't know the CEO, because I didn't know the CEO.
He had a whole deck of cards. I didn't know the CEO of Campbell Soup. He's leaving in January. He's already leaving. I didn't even know who he was.
We got to go. We do know the CEO of this company, Apple, Tim Cook, that is. Apple shares testing some new highs, and while the tech giant is betting big on your home to keep these gains coming, we will discuss that and maybe our bafflements, some more bafflement when we come back.
Bewilderment, yeah. knows. No.
Sorry, we're still doing the magic thing. We're trying to like undo the trick. And
There's
whether
some suggestion
that he hypnotized us,
I
or
think
that
he pushed you towards it. I really
pushed
do.
us towards certain
There's
things.
got to be some logical explanation, does there not?
But he also looked at your eyes too. Yeah, and he said, "Oh, you had a 2-letter word or something like that."
Well, that was when he said go-kart.
Right.
I was literally thinking to myself, is go-kart 2 words? Or 1 word? Is there a hyphen? What is that? And I was just thinking go-kart. And then he said that.
We're here to talk.
Sorry.
No magic. I can't do magic.
That's not why you're here. Yeah, you're here to talk about Apple reportedly doubling down on its smart home efforts in the new year. Someone has to hook it up though, don't they? Nothing.
You're gonna have a guy.
Yeah, I've got to need a guy. Steve Kovac joins us now. But you know someone with the detail?
I got a guy. I got a guy who can do your smart.
Got a guy who knows a guy.
Yeah, exactly. But look, let me tell you what's going on here with Apple. They're trying again with the smart home after failing to make a meaningful dent in that space over the last 6 years or so since it started dabbling around there. Apple already supports some smart appliances right now through its HomeKit platform, but that's kind of a sideshow to its main businesses like iPhone and services. HomePod is there right now for voice control, of course, playing music, and then iPhone and iPad and various other apps for just controlling from your other devices. And reports now say, though, Apple's going to take another crack at this space just as the smart home market is due to grow again next year. According to research from IDC back in September, they said they're expecting over 930 million smart home appliances to be sold next year. That would represent more than 4% growth of what's expected this year, and Apple is expected to play a big part in that, according to some recent Bloomberg reports. It's going to start with a smart home hub, which kind of sounds like an iPad that you stick to your wall, and it had some limited use cases, letting you control your appliances, do some FaceTime calls, things like that. Apple also reportedly working on a new version of the HomePod for voice controls. Ming-Chi Kuo, he's the analyst over at TF International Securities. He said this fall, Apple's also working on a smart security camera that would compete from those like from Google and Amazon's Ring brand. Bloomberg also reporting Apple's working on a doorbell that would unlock your door automatically as you approach, using that same facial recognition technology you're used to using to unlock your phone. Those latter two gadgets, by the way, sound a bit further off, but the point of the smart home platform is to work with appliances from all manufacturers, not just within Apple's own ecosystem. And Apple, by the way, has been laying the groundwork for that ahead of this new smart home push. Back in 2022, it partnered with Google, Amazon, and a couple other big tech companies to work on something called Matter. That's a common standard all these smart gadgets are going to use to talk to each other. But still, guys, this is not going to be a big business for Apple, at least not in 2025. iPhone sales are still the biggest thing we're looking at, still showing lackluster growth expected here in the December quarter. But services, that's growing like crazy. One option here for Apple, though, using this smart home push to leverage more iCloud subscriptions for storing things like security video on top of all its hardware sales, guys.
You know who I'm going to get the smart hub for?
Who?
2 people.
Okay.
One, Joe Kernan, because I think he would enjoy it.
I don't know.
And the other
I don't like people listening to me.
is Donald Trump. Because Donald Trump,
Why?
Me and
down
Trump.
Mar-a-Lago,
That's kind of cool.
To automate everything?
No, he loves to sit with his iPad. You've never seen him?
Okay.
He sits at Mar-a-Lago with the iPad and plays different songs.
So
music in Mar-a-Lago from his iPad.
So he's got his Spotify hooked up to it.
Totally. So
Okay.
I think this guy, I think the president in the White House should have a smart hub on his desk in the Oval.
Sure.
And they can play music.
Hook up the, get that White House garage door opened and things like that. Yeah. I just don't see the point other than a regular iPad can already do all this kind of stuff.
Well,
so
so
it's
that was what I was
interesting.
going to ask.
How do they position this?
How is it going to be that different?
Right.
Is it going to be cheaper? Because I do think
I would presume it'd be cheaper.
But then the secondary effect is, if you can't charge a massive premium for it, I always thought that kind of hardware is a low margin business.
It probably is. I mean, they can use a lower end processor. They can do a number of other things. I guarantee you Apple Intelligence is going to play some sort of role in this. But
is Ring making a fortune for Amazon right now?
Yeah, Ring makes a lot of money from the service too, because they charge you a subscription fee on top of that. That's what I'm really looking for Apple to do, even if it is a sort of like low margin, stripped down iPad they're having you stick on your wall. What kind of service are they attaching to that? That could be a bigger opportunity to get that recurring revenue. That's what I'm looking at, more so than selling doorbells or things like that, just adding. Also, new homes. When a new home gets built, making partnerships with those. We've seen Nest.
You said it
and others do
again,
that.
nothing great about the iPhone. 129 on January 6th of this year, of 2023. Actually, it was at 129.
The stock.
It's almost 4 trillion. On April 19th of this year, it was at 165.
It had a really crummy start of the year. It wasn't until they announced Apple Intelligence.
It's at 255.
And that run, look where it started.
But on a $4 trillion company, how do you basically go up? I mean, it
was Apple Intelligence when they announced it in June.
60
that's
or
when
70%.
The whole narrative changed around the company when they announced that.
Just to watch it happen.
Okay, so here's the math, the real math to do.
Yeah.
So Warren Buffett sold 615
so what do you leave on the
shares of Apple.
Yeah.
Do that math. He did that. That was over the trailing year, ended September 30th.
That we know of.
Of this year.
That we know of this year.
No, it's all much. No, it's a lot of money. I mean, he's got a lot of left over, obviously, but would have been better not to sell, obviously, in hindsight. Would have been better if he bought some Bitcoin and didn't call it rat poison, too.
We got to talk to the mentalist about what to do. We got an
Should
update
ask
now.
about Bitcoin.
We got some real news to get to, folks. Thank you.
Thanks.
Happy holidays. An update now on the American Airlines outage, and it is some good news for travelers. The FAA now saying the nationwide ground stop has been lifted and flights are starting to board, so everybody breathed a bit of a sigh of relief this morning. We had a sort of, about a 25, 30-minute period where if you were sitting in an airport this morning trying to get to your loved ones or get home or wherever you were going, there was a moment there on American where it sounded like that wasn't going to happen, but it now sounds like things have moved on for the better.
All right, it is 8 a.m. on the East Coast. You're watching Squawk Box on CNBC. We're not only dreaming of a white Christmas.
It's going to happen.
It's actually
oh my goodness, it's happening. It's happening.
You didn't even notice.
I didn't even see.
I'm Joe Kernan.
I woke up too early this morning. It was not snowing on the way in.
You still got the go-kart on the brain. Andrew Ross Sork,
Look at
nobody
that.
knows what that.
Come on, folks.
Becky's off today.
If you don't get excited by snow on Christmas Eve.
No, it's good.
Right?
It's a good thing. It's a little cold. The last couple of days. No, yesterday, 5 degrees.
When's the last time it snowed on Christmas Eve?
It's been a while.
In New York City.
Here's some of the top stories today. The Federal Reserve's looking to the public's help to improve its stress test on banks. The Fed says it will likely seek public comment on some planned changes aimed at making those annual stress tests more transparent and at keeping capital requirements more consistent for the year, from year to year. Ford Motor is donating $1 million and a fleet of vehicles to the inauguration of President-elect Donald Trump. CEO Jim Farley told reporters earlier this month that he was optimistic that Trump would be open to hearing Ford's perspectives on his proposed tariffs on imports from Mexico and Canada, as well as EV tax credits. It's the latest major company to donate to the inauguration, following commitments that we told you about from Meta, Amazon, Uber, and others. And 2024 proving to be a record-setting year for CEO exits. According to data from Challenger Gray and Christmas, 327 CEOs departed their companies, and that includes some high-profile exits by former Boeing CEO Dave Calhoun, Intel's Pat Gelsinger, and Nike's John Donahoe.
Meantime, joins right now. We'll look at the markets ahead of what is turning out to be a shortened trading day, but a nice white one. So just look at that weather. Someone's got to look. Sam Stovall is here, Chief Investment Strategist at CFRA Research. Could we get a Santa Claus rally? Is it possible between effectively Thursday and New Year's something good happens here?
Morning, Andrew. Well, I actually think we will. We'll probably eclipse the 6,100 level on the S&P 500. So I really think the market wants to sort of creep its way higher between now and the end of the year.
Why do you say that? Beyond the sort of holiday sentiment that everybody wants everything to go higher.
Right. Well, I think we got a little bit of good news with the PCE report last week, coming in a little softer than anticipated. I think investors are still trying to weigh what was the hawkish cut that we saw last week, and also the rhetoric following that. Really, the uncertainty that the Fed seemed to communicate about what it thought it should be doing, et cetera. But I think that when you continue to look at earnings growth expectations, the overall trend in inflation, I think the PCE number will be hot in the next month, but then start to work its way lower as we move further into 2025. So it's those kind of things that I think investors are going to be focusing on latter part of this year and into next year.
What do you want to, where would you be, quote, overweight in 2025, and what would you be underweight?
Well, I would be overweight the sectors that did well this year. If you go back to the early 90s and you look at up years in the S&P, you really want to let your winners ride for the following year. By doing so, owning the best 3 sectors into the new year, you end up outperforming the market by about 300 basis points on average, and do so 75% of the time. So communication and services, consumer discretionary, information technology would be those groups that are likely to continue to do well.
But you would say the Mag 7 did tremendously well. Would you not touch then the Mag 7 in the new year?
No, I think you still touch some of the Mag 7. You also want to take a look at the top 10 sub-industries in the prior year and carry forward into the new year. That would outperform on average by about 800 basis points. And so a lot of those Mag 7 companies like Tesla in automobile, like Marvell in semiconductors, like Alphabet in the internet media, et cetera. So, I still think that you want to be holding on to those winners.
Sam, we got to leave it there. I want to wish you a very Merry Christmas and Happy Hanukkah, and appreciate you joining us today.
My pleasure. Thanks.
You bet. Thanks.
Coming up, an outlook for the housing market. Squawk Box will be right back. An update on the Fed's stress test story we've been telling you about this morning. The biggest banks are planning to sue the Federal Reserve over those annual bank stress tests, according to a person familiar with the matter. A lawsuit is expected this week. It could come as soon as this morning. Yesterday, the Fed announced that it's looking to make changes to the stress tests due to what it calls the evolving legal landscape. It's aiming to improve transparency and reduce volatility. In July, several groups accused the Fed of being in violation of the Administrative Procedure Act because it didn't seek public comments on its stress scenarios and kept supervisory models secret.
Meantime, with just 1 week left in 2024, housing remains a key issue heading into the new year. Consumers will continue to try to navigate both of these things. High mortgage rates, though, and high prices. I want to bring in our next guest to discuss what to expect in the new year. Ivy Zelman, Executive Vice President, Zelman & Associates. Good morning, Ivy.
Good morning.
What do you think is going to happen? I mean, did you see there's a story, by the way, in the Journal, is it this morning, that says that your mortgage is not actually even your biggest cost anymore? Did you see that? It was actually surprising.
No, I did. Yeah, something like 32% were paying more than half of their mortgage payment to property taxes and homeowners insurance. Pretty troubling.
Pretty troubling. So what do you, as it portends for 25, what do you see?
I think more challenges. We haven't seen any relief on the stretched affordability issue, and that's only getting worse as mortgage rates remain elevated and are going higher.
When you, what do you think the rates will be for the next 12 months? What do you think like the average homeowner should expect if they were going to go try to buy a new home?
You know, I don't forecast rates, but I can't imagine why rates would go much lower from here, especially with some of the Trump administration proposals with potential risk of higher inflation. So I think that right now we're looking at the affordability index is probably about almost 25% above trend line for existing homes and about 10 to 15% above for new homes. So I think today it's really troubling for the entry-level buyer. We are seeing more resilience for the higher move-up segment, especially those that are able to use cash, but it's a challenging market.
In terms of new builds, when you look geographically, is there any market where you see actually something really great happening?
I wouldn't say there's anything great happening, because if you look at the markets that are not high production new home markets, like the Midwest, we're actually seeing continued home price inflation that's pretty significant. Take my home state of Cleveland right now, or my market of Cleveland. Right now, home prices are up 8% year to date, compared to markets nationally up 3 to 4%. So I think where the production builders are, that's making availability of more product more competitive and keeping a lid on home price inflation. But I wouldn't say anything's really good going on, and I think that we're definitely see that bifurcation in the market throughout the U.S.
Do you like any of the home builders, the public home builders, publicly traded home builders?
We are more skewed to the high-end builders. We're recommending builders like Toll, Dream Finders, Taylor Morrison, but we also like Lennar, given the transformation we're expecting from the spin, the Milrose spin. But I think it's all relative. I think we're more neutral on the sector, given the challenges that we see. We think you have to really be looking for, some modest exposure, but there's no question there are headwinds. And you start talking about the risk of tariffs and deportation. I think there are headwinds that will keep the sector a lid on performance.
So you actually would not, you're saying you would not even buy in?
Well,
if you were not exposed.
Yeah, I think that you want to have some exposure, but relative to the market, we don't see the sector outperforming the market.
But you go high end over something else. We're looking at the Spider S&P home builders. You wouldn't want to buy an index of this. You'd be more particular.
Yes, I'd be more particular. I think you'll see whether it's the entry-level builders will have a tougher time. Incentives, we just did our proprietary survey, we released it. Incentives that are a 2-year high. Spec inventory is also pretty high, but they're working through it. So I think that we're going to see margin pressure. I think that will be less evident for the builders that are more skewed to the high end. So it's challenging. The builders are very well positioned. Their balance sheets are the best they've ever been. But nevertheless, as we sit today, I don't really see an exciting catalyst that would propel these stocks as an industry, as a group higher.
We want to wish you a Merry Christmas, a Happy Hanukkah, Happy
You too.
Holidays. We'll see you in 25. Thanks.
Thank you.
Coming up, Congressman Pat Fallon joins us with a look at what to expect from the Hill in New York and the GOP's plans after Inauguration Day. Stay tuned. You're watching Squawk Box. This is CNBC.
Asana.com.
Welcome back to Squawk. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau now filing a complaint against Walmart and work scheduling platform Branch Messenger. Now, since 2021, Walmart has used Branch accounts to pay more than 1 million drivers. It's part of their Spark Driver program. It's really their gig working platform, if you will, for workers that do some of the last mile delivery work for Walmart. It says the company's allegedly forced delivery drivers to use what they're claiming is a poorly managed and costly deposit account in order to get paid. Now, the workers then allegedly faced numerous delays or fees they needed to transfer the money into a different account. This all according to the CFPB. The CFPB saying companies cannot force workers into getting paid through accounts that drain their earnings with junk fees. In a statement, Walmart rejecting these claims, saying the CFPB's rushed lawsuit is riddled with factual errors and contains exaggerations and blatant misstatements of settled principles of law, unquote. It says the CFPB never allowed Walmart a fair opportunity to present its case. Meantime, Branch Messenger, which is the platform they were using, saying that it disagrees with the case and accuses the agency of overreach. So a lot to watch. We'll be watching that one in 2025.
And join us now for a look at the GOP's agenda in the new year. Republican Congressman Pat Fallon of Texas. Congressman, I'd really just like to talk about the Notre Dame Georgia game. You were on the last national championship team from under Lou Holtz. Did you play that game and everything? I mean, you were there.
Yes, no, and yes. Yes, I played under Coach Holtz. No, I didn't play in that particular game, and yes, I was there for the game.
What did you
go in if Coach needed me?
Even being there and being ready to go in is something you'll never forget. And this year, Notre Dame. I'm going to use true or false. Notre Dame is not overrated this year.
True, they're not. I think they're very good, and Georgia's going to have a tough time on their hands. And I really think that I'll no longer be able to say on January 21st that I was on the last Notre Dame national championship team.
Wow, that's quite a prediction. Okay, let's talk about what happens after you just mentioned the inauguration around that vicinity. One of the things that you think we need to do, and I'm not going to tie it to what happened in New York City recently, which I was just looking at more things about what happened on the subway.
Oh my goodness,
it's unbelievable to even read it. But there's a lot of people, and obviously I'm not going to be tarnished by saying all immigrants or even illegal immigrants are criminals. I'm not saying that, but there's a lot of families that are like, this would not have happened if these people weren't here, and if they hadn't come back after they are already deported from the country once.
No, you're absolutely right. I mean, listen, let's just look at data. In the state of Texas alone, we've had since 2011 299,000 illegal immigrants charged with over 513,000 crimes. That resulted in 187,000 convictions. If you extrapolate those numbers over the other 49 states, I mean, those are alarming. That's why we need to secure the border. We need to know the people that are coming in. We need to know who they are. And President Trump will do that, because if you're not safe, then you're not free. And right now, we're not safe.
So even you're on the subcommittee for economic growth, energy policy, and regulatory affairs. That doesn't mean that border security is not part of your purview. I mean, that's a major part. It plays in all these things.
No, it absolutely does, and that's why you saw in Texas really a lunge to the right. You saw if just Hispanic Texans had voted for President Trump would have won by double digits in the state of Texas. Because the folks that are living along the border are on the front lines of this, and they're sick of the crime, the corruption, the chaos, and the cartels. And they want the adults in the room that'll take border security seriously. And the Republican Party are clearly the ones that will do that. And President Trump will begin to secure the border on day one when he gets in office.
Okay, so he secures it, but who gets rounded up and deported? How is that going to? I mean, you know how things are covered in the country now. That every single person that gets deported, we're probably going to see on 60 Minutes or on some news magazine show. It's going to be very difficult to follow through on that.
Well, what I would recommend is there are 650,000 criminals that are illegally here in the United States right now.
Start with them.
That's going to, yeah, start with them. You know what? They'll keep you awfully busy because those are the folks that are harming people. And if the left wants to protect them, go ahead. Listen, 5 million Americans voted for 5 million more Americans voted for Republican candidates as opposed to Democratic candidates. So that's a clear mandate. That's not a small number. People want us in charge. Now, Democrats are much better at gerrymandering. That's why we have such a...
Oh, boy. Good morning, retail traders. Merry Christmas Eve. Jimmy thinks we're going to pull back and then have a bounce. Exchange trade fund had a higher than reached 270. Had a shortened term. Biggest banks planning to sue the Federal Reserve over annual stress test. Woo! Wall Street reform. It's the big banks that wrote the damn bill. I was here. Jake Paul, I was there. Good morning, Rob. Hillary is popping. Ah, tasty. It's a pretty world today.
Goes down to $50 a barrel. Is that good for the industry? Is that what we want?
Yes.
I think we definitely want to take the shackles off. I mean, they have their lane, and I've talked to energy producers over the last 4 years since I've been in Congress, and I didn't meet with anybody that said they like the policies of the Biden administration. And that's unfortunate because I want to unleash the American energy sector to make us, number one, energy independent, but two,
everybody comes out of the closet now.
Natural gas to our allies, so they'll be less reliant on countries like, Russia. And if you're an environmentalist, you should want the United States to succeed because we have an expertise and we have a strong environmental lobby. We have a rule of law.
LITM is moving up.
We can protect the environment better.
Congressman, you look familiar, and it's not for
Gold falls sharply.
I saw you on the sidelines. I remember what it was, and so I want to ask you: can we be absolutely certain that the president?
Can we call all them traders you had on your show that was pumping gold the other day? Said it was a good buy. Can we? Still a good buy.
Happen there? What needs to happen? Because there are enemies. Think about Iran. I mean, you think about how many interested parties there would be in causing problems here. Are we safe now?
No.
Well, let's be very clear. If there was an Iranian, like a trained foreign nation state hit team, assassination team on July 13th at Butler, President Trump wouldn't have lived. The fact that they allowed a shooter to get within 150 yards on a roof that close to the president, there were so many breakdowns. And for the acting director to then use it as a appropriations request and ask for $2 billion additional dollars was, I think, incredibly egregious. And if you didn't learn any lessons, it would have cost much of anything to have mitigated the high ground, had put law enforcement and/or cameras on that roof, to have secured the AGR complex, the 17 acres, with a dozen local police officers, surrounded that building to make sure nobody could get anywhere near it. That wouldn't have cost $2 billion. We did an analysis with Home Depot with some police tape stakes, things of that nature, and it would have cost about $400. it's a vigilance. So then not to learn the lessons from that and have the acting director standing right behind the president of the United States at the 9/11 ceremony when he didn't have a vest on, when he didn't have a radio, when he didn't attend the operational briefings, when he displaced the special agent in charge of both the president and the vice president, and the Secret Service whistleblowers brought that to my attention. So for him to sit there and say, try to make this, you're politicizing 9/11. No, I'm saying, what the hell were you there? You had no operational reason to be where you were. You could have attended the ceremony. So we need to learn those lessons. And clearly he didn't. And he had to go come January 20th.
Boy, everybody's ranting today.
It happened. I mean, that effectively ended any chance for that to happen. But we do need the right people in charge of that. And there's been some other weird stories over the years with the Secret Service. We definitely got to get that, among other houses, we got to get that house in order. I think Congressman found.
So we had a pretty corrupt Secret Service and CIA and all that back during the Kennedy assassination. And it got me to thinking, so I got on the internet, and this guy confessed of killing John F. Kennedy. And it kind of reminds me of the way we've weaponized our agencies today. So they need to be rehabbed. I mean, half of them need to be fired. They really need to be put on notice.
It's airing live. Tomorrow we're going to get you up to speed on what to expect. And
I'm talking about the DOJ and the CIA and the FBI and all of them. Pentagon. Just imagine we could fire half of them and we'd be deficit free. I mean, we'd still have deficit, but we would cut out a lot of payroll that don't need to be working at home. That's a fact, Jack. NVIDIA's topping out. Tesla's topping out. Mara is moving a little bit from my little alert yesterday out of the snake. AMD's still going. Monster. Jimmy called it. 120. We went below that. To my other alert at 116. As God is my witness, I have it on tape. Mr. Kind of wanted to keep on watch. Apple just can't lose for right now, but it's got to have a pullback. We had one, but that was, I don't know. XOM will probably drop. Now, why did that just do that? This thing has a mind of its own. This computer of mine. Trade exchange funds are trading higher equity. So I'm going to suggest I'm trying to figure out where resistance is. Definitely the 63 on the IWM. Then we got another one right there at 226.05. So if we break the 63, Such a pretty world today. Look at what she's wearing. Okay. Thoughts on CREV? Whoa, that's my thought. Carbon revolutionary markets move, stocks open higher. Why Carbon Revolution shares are trading higher around. Carbon Revolution shares, CREV, are trading sharply higher Tuesday pre-market after the company announced and reached an agreement for OIC for a further $25 million financing. So it's being pumped by extra financing. To support the ongoing liquidity of the business. So it's just a pump. It has to be a low float. What's the float on it? I got to get back to trading pennies. I'd almost short it. Let me see what the float. Such a pretty world today. It's raining. It's raining. What is the name of it? CREV. Okay. Where's the float? It's just, okay. It's a low float pump. Low float pump. I'm going to give one of my lessons on low float pumps. So this thing can come back down 50% at least. We got a triple top at 1078. Now I thought I put the price on there. Let's get. $10.78. I'm sticking to my story. And then $9.47. Actually, $9.86. And then just about $9. 9.22. Hey. I'm still in AVGO. God. Rob's been on fire. Oh, Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to Sue. Merry Christmas to Sue. You are a sweetheart. And one day I'll get to meet you with a cup of coffee. Yeah. Rob knows how to do it. A float rotation. Does anybody know what that means? That means your size of your float and the size of your volume. Let's say the float's at 1.75 million. That means the volume would be up around 3.5 million. For a double rotation. A single rotation would be a matching that 1.75 million. Then you'd start your float rotation. I had to kick out somebody this morning. Somebody pumping crypto in another Discord. If you want to pump a Discord in this room, you got to ask me first. It's an automatic kick out if you don't. Because that, to me, is not loyal. Ain't that right, Magnificent? Say yes. Maybe. No, I haven't seen AVGO yet. I will. Yeah, I might have. AVGO. These stocks are moving the most today. NVIDIA, Broadcom, US Steel, Netflix. The guy had an alert on Netflix. AVGO needs to break 242 today. $242.05. to the penny. Okay. They better not ruin my Christmas Eve, this CNBC.
To be fair, the 10-year fell
Not
pretty
anomalous.
precipitously ahead of those expected rate cuts, but right now it's on the way up. Go ahead, Rick, sorry.
No, I didn't mean to interrupt. I just think that anomalous would be the exact opposite word I would use. To me, what's going on in the 10-year is reality. The unreality is that we ever spent any time under 4% for 2024. As a matter of fact, as we sit right now, 461, we're 9 basis points away from a new 2024 high yield close, which was the third week in April at 470.5.
Well, that don't sound good, Rick.
Well, that was that for 2025, we'll test 5%.
That was the point I was getting to, Rick, and I'm fascinated by your comments on this, which is we have given back almost all of the decline that you saw there ahead of the Fed cutting rates. And I don't know, Rick, if the 10-year is tied to the Fed funds or somehow it's disconnected in the sense that it's focused on fiscal policy, focused on inflation. I say that without a big bump up in the five-year forwards that suggests there's not a lot of excess or extra inflation embedded in this number. And then it gets to the question, Rick, which I understand what you're saying. The last 4 years you thought were bad governance. What do the next 4 years look like? Can the market sit here and say, oh, okay, the Trump administration is coming in. They're going to get a hold on this
We
deficit
know what the next
problem.
4 years are going to look like. They're going to look a lot like 16 to 20 without the COVID effect. That would be my guess.
But, well, what happens with the deficit here, Rick, or does the market not care? Does the bond market say...
The market didn't care. Come on now, don't start with that shit.
Okay, so...
I'm going to get involved in this argument. Oh, now all this, they care about the deficit all of a sudden. Screw them.
The Fed only. The market has a voice. And when the Fed's scratching its head, look to the 10-year to divine much more.
They always leave it.
I agree. What I can't...
They always leave it to the GOP to be the bad guy. As far as I care, they spent so much money in the last 4 years it makes Obama look like a queen of a cream pie. It's literally disgusting what they've done.
Policy.
I agree. I think they made a huge mistake in not caring about it. They did care about revenues. They did propose revenues, even though those were DOA. But I don't know where the current administration comes out, or the incoming administration is going to come out on that.
Listen,
I don't see.
Steve, you ever heard of Deutsch? Quit being so damn stupid.
But anybody who's really kept up with where our spending goes, discretionary income is a pie slice so small that nobody would fight for it at the table on Christmas Eve, okay? It's just a little sliver of pie. I don't see any possible way they could cut the amounts they're talking about out of that discretionary spending. And the reason I'm bringing that up is because all the other spending areas seem to be off limits. So that's going to be the big issue in early 2025, is to see how that proceeds with an less
The market ain't going to like
society
it, I'll
and
tell
the
you.
growth aspects that may go.
The market, I look at it differently. And I hear them talk about it all the time. When companies cut spending, the market loves it. When they hear a company cutting spending, they love it. They'll invest in the company because they're tightening up. And the same thing should go with the federal government. Now, the liberals thrive on that spending. It's called trickle-down economics. So I look at it as a business standpoint. If they tighten it up, we could have one heck of a run. But the fat cats think different because they're so spoiled with all this printing. I mean, $13 trillion deficit printed. And that's going to add up to a lot more in unfunded liabilities. You know, it could be 50 trillion. I've heard 45 trillion in 10 years that we'd have to spend because of what they spent this last 4 years. So, I mean, they could be at smelling yelling and said, oh, 150 trillion ain't bad. I'm going to say bullcrap to that. We'll start worrying when we get to 150 trillion. Well, she'd be dead and gone by then. Case closed. Got me going good. We close at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. I got to remember CREV for the pump and dump.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. President-elect Donald Trump enlisting top tech leaders to shape his new administration, signaling Silicon Valley's expanding role in his second term. Joining us right now is Liz Hoffman, Center for Business and Finance Editor. Good morning to you. Liz, you know, if you could go 30,000 feet or even just go straight close up, what do you think this actually is going to mean for the Valley, for business, as you sort of try to crystal ball out 25?
When you think about Trump's approach to business, on the one hand, you expect kind of wide deregulation, you know, a very light touch. He's made a bunch of promises to a bunch of industries. On the other, there is this really unpredictable populist current running through it. And so I think coming in, the question is which of those wins out on any given day. And so I think what you've seen, I get a little tired of kind of analogies, kissing the ring, bending the knee. There are certainly pockets where that's happened, but Silicon Valley did what it actually does, which is make a very concentrated, very asymmetric bet, and they won. And I think they fully expect to get the benefit of that former approach. And there'll be huge issues coming up on AI, on China, on supply chain, on data privacy, on energy use for data centers that they badly need. And I imagine they'll get what they bargained for.
But what does a win look like? When you say bargained for, what does that look like in practice?
I mean, there's an ideological component for sure that actually can't be underestimated, and I don't think is disingenuous.
She's so smart.
These guys, and most of them are guys, really have come to believe that government is the problem, that there is huge waste, that there are real cultural rot that runs through a lot of American institutions. And I really do think there'll be a crackdown. We saw Donald Trump speak over the weekend on, so do we say, ending in both private companies. A little unclear how that works, but a lot of those corporate DI initiatives have been on pretty shaky legal footing.
I'm not going to be able to take this too much.
And then also in public institutions, which is where a lot of this hand-wringing started, at universities, some of them publicly funded. But the other thing is Donald Trump has really embraced this idea of economic innovation as part of MAGA. And I think a lot of his sort of first term economic agenda, and there's certainly pieces of it here too, but was real guts and steel, was manufacturing hard goods. And I think they have successfully talked him into the idea that there's an innovation economy that we can win with on the digital side too.
But Liz, when you see Jeff Bezos down in Mar-a-Lago, or you see a Sundar Pichai down in Mar-a-Lago, do you say, therefore, these big tech companies are going to, quote unquote, win? Are there going to be problems down the line? We were talking earlier in the day about the FCC chair, or the chair-to-be, sending letters to Bob Iger over things that he's not happy with. I could imagine there are other things that people inside the Trump administration might not be happy about as it relates to some of these big tech companies.
I totally agree. The one thing I think you'll see, and we can talk about tariffs in a minute, tariffs, the devil is always in the details, right? So you could see a situation where Tim Cook says, totally get it, Mr. President, China has had all these problems. Let me explain why this word should be different, and there should be a carve out for this particular piece that comes from a particular region or isn't made in the U.S. And sort of taps on a reserve of goodwill that's been built up pretty carefully, I think. And those decisions, as you know, Andrew, are billions of dollars to these companies.
Liz, unfortunately,
We've gave them too much frickin' money, man.
I believe that. We've been doing so much magic here on the set. I don't know if you've been watching.
Every day, Bill.
Well, it is magic on the set every day. That's true, Liz. But we had the mentalist Oz Perlman on, and we basically used up a lot of time trying to figure out how he's done that and basically manipulated us into something. Is what we're sort of. Liz, we want to wish you a very Merry Christmas, a Happy Hanukkah, and a great 2025. And I know we'll spend a lot of time with you in the new year. She has a great newsletter that's worth reading. We got to come right back. I'm sorry. They need us to go to a commercial break.
They're just going to have to get used to not getting spoiled anymore. Government, the last 4 years have been socialism, where the government picks and chooses winners, and the private sector has hardly any say about it. We need it back, bring back to the private sector and let them spend their money, not spend my money. We give $6.5 billion to a failed car company. AVGO, Jimmy. Okay, we're getting there, 242.05. We will find out shortly. We will find out shortly. Okay. AVGO's got to break 242.05. I can't wait to get this channel off. Might not have listened to it anymore because they got my blood pressure boiling this morning. I could argue with Sorgensen all day long about socialism.
Just about a half hour, a little over that, to the opening bell on Wall Street. Let's bring in Paul Hickey, Bespoke Investment Group co-founder. You thought December might be weak, but a little bit weak after the run-up we've had. But the selling, the pervasiveness of the selling has surprised you?
Yeah, I mean, just how the persistence. I mean, we talked about it a lot been talking about on CNBC, just how much we've seen just persistence day after day, negative breath. And I think part of it is just people, looking to ring the register, take some gains. We've had a very big year and reposition to go into the new year. And now to go into the new year, it's an interesting situation because there's, when we look at the year ahead, we just look at what could impact the market from a lot of different perspectives and label it a pro or a con. And there's pretty much an even split what we look at right now. The breadth in the market is good. Just overall, if you're betting against the market, you're betting against the prevailing trend. We're in a bull market 80% of the time. But breadth has been good. The AI trade, the AI stocks are doing well. The economy is doing well. There's concerns about the Fed becoming less dovish, but that's because the economy is doing well. And I don't think last week was much of a surprise when they came out. And I think part of the volatility we saw also coincided with the the hiccups in getting the continuing resolution done. Wednesday, right around the press conference, was when we started to see the deal break down in the Republican Party. Yeah. And then Friday morning, I think it was on this show, you had someone on saying there was a breakthrough and they were coming to a deal. And then Friday we saw the market rally again. So I think the Fed shouldn't be ignored, but also there was just concerns that the path may not be as smooth going forward. But overall, I think the election and the makeup in D.C. for the next 4 years is a pro for the market rather than a con.
We're in the third year, you date the bull market, beginning of the third year. And after two big years like we had, 20% plus,
yes,
that portends good things, and the bull lasts 5 years.
Yes.
But the third year is not great.
Yeah, so anyone
6,000, yes, I agree. That's been like that for a couple of weeks.
The kids can be a little cranky, and bull markets.
Okay. It's like the same old scenario on this channel. We're going to have to change you because I'm getting sick of it. So we had some pretty good sell-offs. We had the SPX go down, create a double bottom, and we're at a resistance level on it. It's still got more room to go. The SPY, same way. We got the IWMs, had a real good sell-off. If you look at the I think it was just preparation for the Santa rally, but I think we've already had a huge Santa rally. See, we were up here at 232 and we dipped all the way down $16. So, I mean, they do look kind of sexy. QQQ's made it back already. We're at the 200 on it. And that was a pivot point. 200, 200, 200, 200, 200, 200, and 200. So that's a major resistance there on the QQQ. Today's resistance can be 224.27 on the IWM. Man. CREV, I gotta have that over here. And Hillary. Good morning, Cobra. Who's that guy behind the web there? He sounds angry. Rob, I got a new low support at 238.84. We're going to raise it up to the top of that candle right around 239. $239.16 if the 21 doesn't hold. I'll be right back. We got 26 minutes. I'm not sure what's going on in there. The only one I know that has a key is the real estate company. And they got that key lock on the front door. There's your 3 black crows on AVGO. Oliver, where's Alex been?
Days of the year for a risk manager. Let's hope.
You'd think so, wouldn't you? You'd think so. This is a day. There's a couple of these every year that we actually kind of dread from a process perspective, Oliver, because we really jam everything into one half of a day, right? So you still have expiration. You have the opening rotation, you have the closing rotation. It's just done in half the amount of time, and oftentimes there are a lot of folks that are checked out, and that does sort of lend to folks maybe not watching their positions as closely. And then you get in different timing of the markets, right? You get futures closing in a different time than you do equities. So there's a little confusion, I think, that's caused, and everyone's sort of excited to start their holiday, and can lead to a little sloppiness and lack of attention sometimes. So I guess that's just an ask to start things off on this holiday season to pay attention to the markets when they're open, and make sure you're taking care of your expiring options, because today is expiration like every day.
Yeah, that's true. Good point. Don't want to have something lingering on your account, open position, all of a sudden Christmas time, and you get a call from Theodore Akis' team. Been there, don't want it. Ooh. Kev, what are you watching this morning?
Good morning, Oliver. Good morning, Nick. This is the time of the year. The first thing I would say to all people watching the show today is lower your expectations for what you think the market's going to do. That being said, 19 times out of 20, this is going to go very smooth and uneventful. But if you're American Airlines this morning, your heart rate was quite high to start the day, much like a couple years ago when Southwest Airlines had their holiday disaster. It looks like a pretty big disaster was averted here by American Airlines, and that's a good thing, because on days like this, where there's not a lot of headlines, Oliver, you don't want to be the headline on a day like this.
Hell, they ain't had no news in forever.
You and nothing else. Now, that being said, we got nervous last week with some inflation data, and then personal income and outlays and the PCE data came in and kind of calmed the markets down with some better numbers. And that resumed kind of a Santa Claus rally, a drift higher, but you always have to have one eye for that outlier, that headline that affects the market, because Oliver, you're going to talk about Netflix throughout the day today. Look at the one-year chart on Netflix. That's why investors should be a little concerned. When you see a stock like Netflix, with the market cap of Netflix up almost 100% for the year, yeah, there's a lot at risk here in this market going into fourth quarter earnings that we're going to get in about 2.5 weeks. So the market feels good right now. We seem like we're in a Santa Claus drifting higher rally, but be careful of those headlines, Oliver. They come out of nowhere.
Yeah. American earlier this morning was down like 4%, and we were down at $16, now back up to 17. So hopefully that's a sign that things have normalized and it's not going to be chaos out there. But to Kev's point, the Southwest debacle does come to mind, of course, around the holiday season, Nick.
Yeah, you look at that sort of idiosyncratic event. None of the other airlines moved. United was down a little bit, but very quickly rebounded, right? And so has American at this point, almost 4% to your point down, and then back up. But I love Kev's point where it's quiet and no one's really paying attention. You don't want to be that idiosyncratic, that one thing that's happening today that causes issues. And obviously, it's of the busiest travel days of the year, so terrible time for that to happen. But a quick bounce back. Markets seem to be efficient, even on a shortened day, and that doesn't seem like it's going to be affecting things too much here. I was kind of looking back. I was listening to your intro and looking back at the year, and it really is amazing that there's so many of these sectors have done so well. And we've kind of had this theme that breadth hasn't been that great, but there's been a lot of sectors that have done really, really well, and in addition to the big tech that I know we'll talk a bit about, but there's just been some real strength to bring S&P up almost 30% in a year that felt like it could be kind of rocky. So certainly don't want to be that one news driver on a day that takes things down, but broadly speaking, there's been some really, really nice performances across a lot of sectors this year.
It's been an amazing year for travel in terms of just the return for airline trades, especially up off the lows. If you manage to time the summer kind of swoon and concerns around the economy, the travel trade has been incredible. I'm a glutton for punishment by scheduling travel today after getting my butt kicked on the day after Thanksgiving. So hopefully this goes a little better. So far, my American flight's delayed 30 minutes, so then I just get a little more comfy ride to the airport without any stress, perhaps. Let's hope for that. Kevin, you mentioned Netflix.
Jim, take off your shoes.
The Mag 7 trade has been extraordinary on the year. We're going to get a little bit of economic data from here until the end of the year, but nothing that really moves too much, I don't think. It seems like it's as good a time as any to reflect on the power of big tech and what it did for us. Apple putting in highs as we're going into the holiday shortened trading sessions. So, it's just been really impressive. The Mag 7 on the year up like 70%.
Yeah, it's incredible, Oliver. All the news headlines, you mentioned Netflix. They have a big weekend coming up with streaming NFL football on Christmas Day. Remember, the Mike Tyson-Jake Paul fight didn't go very well. They had a couple outages, a lot of complaints. So, the streamers going into live sports, that's really linear TV's last stand, Oliver. If they start dominating live sports and competing with live sports like Amazon is doing and doing a really nice job, that's just another nail in the coffin of linear TV. So, yeah, there's a lot at stake for Amazon this weekend or tomorrow with 2 live NFL games. So, a lot of things they have to get right between now and then because, again, you don't want to be the story tomorrow that NFL games and there was streaming breakups, things like that. So, I think Netflix is one to watch. I think all these names, as we get into AI, there's going to start to be winners and losers, and some of those magnificent 7 names just look at like Adobe, how not everyone is gonna navigate AI the same, Oliver, and I think that's going to be one of the stories of 2025.
Okay. Absolutely will be, no question about that. Good reference there to a major loser that got disrupted this year by AI. So that also is going to be a major
How'd that get blue? I didn't.
Hey, Nick, in terms of thinking about the rest of this year and into the next, as I mentioned, pretty light for macro. We get a few little data points, but it seemed like after inflation and after all the things we heard from the Fed, bonds are pretty insistent on selling off. So it kind of seems like bond bulls have checked out and have gotten run over in this last month of the year.
Yeah, it's really hard when you see a steepening yield curve, and we really talk about when the recession fears truly happen. And I think that's always interesting because we've had this inverted yield curve for so long, and everybody kind of looked the other way. Well, now we've really gone back to a lot of curve steepening. So you're seeing a real interesting play. I think as long-term rates stay elevated, and with the Fed taking likely a pause here, we just don't know when and if really that will resume. You've heard talk about, well, could the Fed raise rates next year? So I think the inflationary picture going into next year, it was a story all year this year, and it's maybe 1A instead of 1 like it was to start last year, but boy, it is still right there, and I think the Fed is going to be diligent. We know that there's going to be some stability with Powell for some while there, and I just think that's going to be a resurgent story coming into next year, and that likely is going to rightfully drive interest rates. I think that's what we're going to see in terms of the curve shape throughout the year. But to your point here, in the last week of the year, I don't think there's a huge bond move that's gonna happen.
It seems like the size of moves should be fairly muted for sure, but the direction, give you the last thought, Kev, it's kind of surprise kind of cliffhanger of 2024, the resurgence of bond yields and the dollar looking unbeatable.
Yeah, the byproduct of a strong economy, right? Especially against the rest of the world's economies is the U.S. dollar is higher and bond yields are higher. And I don't know when, and I don't know from what level, Oliver, but eventually that's going to start up here. I don't know if it'll be over this Christmas holiday season. I don't know if it'll be.
I want, for 12 days of Christmas, I want a correction. 2 weeks. %. That's what I want. I'm looking at puts first thing in the morning. But I could be wrong. I got to get these chips in this. I need to have something in my tummy. I'm gonna make another instant. I got decaffeinated coffee. I think I'm gonna start drinking it from now on. Now that I don't get high no more. I have to say my trading's done a little bit better. Yesterday I could have made 60 grand. I'm so pissed off about it. I had the bottom on the SPX. I made 2,500 bucks and I was happy. I could have made 60,000 by the end of the day. That's got to stop next year. After the market closes, I'll go back up there and do a couple short videos. So I'm looking at the 59.70 or the 59.65 puts. Oliver.
And CEO of Runway Growth Capital and Runway Growth Finance. David, thanks for being on the Schwab Network this morning.
My pleasure, Oliver. Great to be with you.
Tell us about what you guys are doing at Runway and where your mind is at going into next year. It seems like the venture markets and companies getting off the ground is a theme many are considering, with hopes for big opening of capital markets next year. How does that affect you guys?
Absolutely. Well, we're a part of the broad alternatives world, and we're in private credit. So we are a non-bank lender, and we specialize in lending to fast-growing, mostly private companies that aren't yet profitable, but they're quite large, and they're staying private longer, which is one of the major trends affecting our industry. And so we make loans of $10 to $100 million to a company that has historically probably grown using venture capital or venture equity, and but we structure it as debt. So our industry is known as venture debt, contrasting to venture capital. And we are very optimistic about 2025. Many of the mega trends affecting our industry are coming together in a positive way to have a really good environment for what we do.
Tell me about why a company might choose to go venture debt versus equity. What's that condition for them to make that decision?
Well, the most important value prop that we bring from the eyes of the entrepreneur, the management team, and the existing investors is we don't create additional dilution. We don't buy shares. So if you raise $100 million from us and the management team owns 20% before the fundraise, they'll probably own 20% or very, very close after the fundraise. Where if you were to raise $100 million of equity, you could be giving up 20% or 30% of your business. So non-dilutive growth capital is our number one value proposition. We also don't have as many governance strings as equity. Most equity investors are or typically would require a board seat. We do not. So I guess the message and the reason that so many people use venture debt or growth debt as an alternative to equity is the cost of capital. It's much, much cheaper, and there are fewer governance strings.
Is there, appreciate that explanation. So a few kind of points on that is, do you see obvious relationships with the activity in public markets? If a lot of companies are taking the public equity route listing, does that is that an environment in which you'll do less? Like, is it inversely correlated to the two, or is just people or businesses looking for funding of all forms kind of fit the same path?
Yeah, I think that's the environment that we're in, Oliver, is that even though we've come out of a market where venture equity was very, very available, it's not as available today. And the allure of the IPO, which has for decades been the holy grail for a startup, isn't as much today. CEOs of a hot unicorn, whether it be in Silicon Valley or New York or London or whatever, they're not as enamored with the IPO. It is still, of course, a great flag to plant at the early stages as a rallying point for your team. Rather than saying, oh man, this is going to be great, we're going to get acquired by Google or Alphabet or Meta. But the reality is that I think it's fewer than 5% of all exits are IPOs. So the IPO is still a very, very rare outcome in the venture industry. And very often, our companies may be on a path to an IPO. And if you really believe you're on a path to an IPO, then you certainly don't want to sell equity. So it's a great use case for us. You know, raise if you're still not profitable and you still need additional capital, or if you just want to strengthen your balance sheet before you go public, you know, raise 50 million from us, very, very little dilution, and you know, you're off to the races. So we do see the IPO market strengthening, but we don't see 25 like any kind of record year or anything like that.
I would think if interest rates or cost of capital increases dramatically, that helps your business if folks are looking for an alternative to public markets if those prices go up. And as we were talking about this kind of cliffhanger on the end of the year with interest rates rising, I'm kind of curious how much that impacts your guys' expectations and sort of what the chatter is among your potential or current investments about what's happening with interest rates. Do they have strong feelings or preference for which direction things go?
Well, of course, the preference is for lower rates, and I think the overall sentiment among the players overall in, let's just call it the innovation ecosystem or the venture capital world, is that rates are trending down. And so that has put a much more positive outlook on the market. For us as a business and the fund that we run, all of our loans are floating rate, so they will increase with the benchmark rate. We price all of our loans off of SOFR, so that they've all gone up as the market has
One more minute.
been allowing us to make our spread. So, you know.
Goodbye, sir. It's nice talking to you. It's my turn now. Yeah, I think the VIX will rise. A ding-a-ling-a-ling, ding-a-ling-a-ling. Not much of a breakout. The 5970s at 5970 puts. I missed it. I wanted to get it at 470 and it didn't let me take it. There's 5. Okay, get ready. I'm going to grab one contract, 4.70. $4.70. Come on now. Get one more, but I don't like that tape. I'll just leave it. 420. Tail raise pulled back to support. Well, this thing ain't doing what it needs to do. Drop. AVGO. AVGO, Rob. We came back to that linear channel there. We bounced off it all for yesterday, and today. Come on now. I got to get out of this trade if it breaks this resistance. Can't move too much anymore out of the money. 4 notches. I thought I typed that in here. What did I type it on? $3.30. So I got 2 at 330 and 1 at 470. God, not very good. Could have waited a second, huh? That sucked. Boeing popped back to resistance. AVGO looks good right here. CREV is about to hit that third support. We hit the second. So that's my lowest one. That's the last one I'm getting right there, 235. That gives me at $3. It's Tesla. I didn't look at Tesla. AMD pulled back. Apple broke out. Yeah, I'm about ready to get stopped out of this thing if it don't hold. Bounced off the 9. Should probably sold it right there. I'll be happy with the 598738. Come on, Jimmy. No, I did not play the calls. I'm not done yet. I need 306 to break even, unless I bought 6 more, but I don't want to throw that kind of money on today. Drop, baby, drop. We're back at the 9. If I was to buy the calls, it would be probably here. The 6,000s. Had a pretty good little run. Drop. It's got the 21 right here. I'm about even. And if it continues on down, it'd be a pretty good little drop. Well, here we got support right here. And what the fuck? It's not producing. We got a megaphone on AVGO. With a triple bottom or double bottom at open. I'm going to call you this afternoon. We're going to know something here in a second if we're going to break out or not. More or less, that's an ascending triangle. Then we get a good knife back to 59877. That'll be real good. So we didn't want to break out, but this could be just a test. Watch AVGO here. Now I'm too far out of the money, so I got to think of something fast. SPY has a rising wedge. Them 6,000 calls ain't moving. Tesla had a breakout. AVGO has an expansion pattern, and we bounced up off of it. You got to make up. Off to a bad start right now. Subaru cars have a Colt USA following. Its stock is a bargain. They do, huh? Well-managed Japanese automaker produces about 1 million cars annually. 2/3 of them are in sales in the United States. And the video just double topped. $6,000 are up $2,000 now, Randy, from $690. I mean $2,000, $2. From 6. Perfect. Spy just keeps going. There's your 200 right there. God, what a bargain. Yeah, took a loss on the puts, and I'm out of the calls. I got too far out of the money on my puts, so I said, screw it. And I was at 150, so I took a good loss on that. Down about 400 right now. So what to do? AV Joe hit the 51. Yep, 51. Damn, they went to $1,000. So if I brought the put down to the 50.90, 59.90 at $3. I don't know. Can't fight the trend. Dang, 11 now. There's 200 I left on the table. Well, more than two, 4. Is this the linear channel or is this the standard deviation? It's linear. On the linear channel, I got 60, 11.63 resistance. I'm going to catch the put here in a second. If you go under the money, what'd you say, 50-something 10, 60-10? No, we'll wait. I jumped in the calls after this triple top breakout. Fuck, look at that. 250 to 380. CREV pulled back to 922, my third support off the 200. CREV. Okay. I'll take a good nap when I'm done. Target's at the 200, 131.49 on the 1 minute. Symmetrical flag. SPX is running up to double top. AV Joe just had a knife off the 200. We got a head and shoulders just above 236. Randy. Man, I keep missing this. Thinking about giving another shot right here. 260, 255. $235. That's a couple $100 bounce, 250 bounce off the SPX on the 6,000. IWM at resistance. I'm not in nothing right now. I'm wanting to buy the put here. $67.17. Are you serious? I got 1560 on the linear channel. We just had a new high on this 1 minute. Might have to bring them down another notch to 95. I will. It's only a dollar difference from what you got. SMCI's popping, Mannequin says. They were they were talking about it yesterday. We just hit that linear channel, number 2. We're back at support, the 6,000s or the 6,010 strikes, calls. SMCI is still going. Santa Claus rally.
Nippon Steel U.S. Merger is back in the headlines, is likely to not happen.
It's a nice little bounce, couple $100 bounce again on the
right
6,000s.
Pretty questionable, I guess, according to the market. The U.S. Steel has been getting slammed, Jeremy. So, firstly, tell me where you guys sit in the supply chain and what you guys do.
Well, Oliver, thank you for having us this morning. Really appreciate the opportunity to join Schwab Network.
Thanks.
We are an industrial business, manufacturing, distribution, and capital markets business. So our primary medium is flat roll steel, which is what U.S. Steel manufactures, and we are a U.S. Steel customer as well.
When you think about the implications of the chat around Nippon and X, the first thing that kind of stands out to me is that the U.S. Steel stock has been getting hit. It's like the market wants the deal to happen. I don't want to push you too much to talk about a company that's not yours, but tell me kind of what your thoughts are on it.
Well, our thoughts are pretty simple. When companies want to invest in the United States and build better steel infrastructure in our country, generally we welcome that investment historically in the United States. ArcelorMittal was invested here for quite a long time and is still invested. You have various foreign companies who have been invested in steel manufacturing platforms here in the United States for many, many decades. More investment in the domestic infrastructure for steelmaking is good for domestic manufacturers. It's good for job creation in the steel goods manufacturing trades. And we're supportive of the deal with Nippon. Nippon's going to invest about $3 billion in the U.S. Steel infrastructure of their business. They're guaranteeing the union jobs will stay. This is good news for domestic manufacturing base in the United States. It's good news, I think, for our trade, one of our greatest partners in the world, Japan, to get this deal done. We're constructive on the deal, and we don't see downsides.
Where do you think the...
You don't.
Again, not to kind of get in other people's heads, but...
I don't know about that, buddy.
Patriotic kind of rah around the idea of not being bought by a foreign company? Because to your point, it sounds like we should be pretty happy to have investment into our steel industry. I mean, it's a big potential purchase.
I think that's a very accurate view. We don't see downsides to this transaction. We see downsides to it not happening. I mean, the knock-on effects of this deal not happening are there's a cascade of ugly events that could occur which could negatively impact domestic manufacturing. If you look at the appliance industry, they're quite dependent upon U.S. Steel. If you look at businesses like ours, we're dependent upon U.S. Steel. And management of the company has been indicating for a while that they may start closing facilities should this deal not go through. So, generally speaking, we have a healthy manufacturing steel manufacturing base in the United States. We have some of the most efficient, well-managed, and lowest carbon footprint mills in the world here. We don't get enough good press in our industry for all the fantastic companies we do have in the steel industry. Clearly, to your point earlier, the markets want this deal to happen. It's good for shareholders. It's good for workers. The steel markets have been under pressure this year. That's just good old competition. Hitting the market. Our market tends to be very, very volatile. But all in all, we have a healthy steel business in this country.
What are the limitations right now and the difficulties and your understanding about the kind of waterfall effect if a deal doesn't happen? Is that just stemming from, is it like inflationary forces kind of lingering, like input prices? Is it more just undercutting of the cheap labor from around the world that can make steel at a lower price? So where are those headwinds that make it difficult for a company like X to operate without this investment?
Well, you have a technology gap at X that they've been trying to improve or close vis-a-vis their competitors, for example, Nucor Steel and Steel Dynamics. So X has been investing in its platform. They bought a steel mill in Osceola, Arkansas several years ago called Big River Steel. They've expanded that facility subsequently. When you look at U.S. Steel, you have a bit of a bifurcated situation now. You have the newer guard in electric arc furnace manufacturing in Arkansas that the mill is invested in, and you have the old guard in Pennsylvania and in Chicago. So you've got, even you can see in the news lately where the steelworkers themselves, steelworkers in Pennsylvania, are supportive of the Nippon transaction. The steelworkers elsewhere.
Just can't time this right. I wanted to buy the puts at 230 and look at them.
The union leadership is
265.
If you look at that plant specifically, Mon Valley Works in western Pennsylvania, that seems to be a flashpoint for the union, for the company, as well as for the company's customers. So that plant should close, which again, X has kind of indicated they may do. They also indicated they may leave Pittsburgh. So when we look at the politics surrounding this, to your point earlier in the conversation, is this just a flashpoint name? Legendary name in America? Well, we've seen legendary steel names in America come and go before. And some of your viewers may remember Bethlehem Steel. Bethlehem Steel became part of ISG Steel, which was led by Wilbur Ross in the early 2000s, which was eventually sold to ArcelorMittal, which eventually became part of a global steel enterprise. And then they sold the whole mill back to the United States ownership of Cleveland Cliffs, which became Cliffs, which is now one of the largest mills in the country. So the names change, but the facilities.
Cleveland Cliff. I remember that CLF.
Steel, they need the investment to bring the older facilities up to speed, up to par, more efficiencies there. And so I think that's where the difficulty is. So generally you have a healthy industry here, but you have a technology gap between some of the older platforms and some of the newer platforms.
Good reminder too of the role of combination.
Says it looks dead here.
In the history of steel, like that history lesson there. That's helpful. Jeremy, thinking about tariffs for a second.
God.
And the previous
Man, that looks like a
Trump
bargain.
administration, the way they handled tariffs versus the expectations for the new one. Does that buy time for the steel industry if we can sort of effectively kind of collect a tax on exporters, or is that just kicking the can down the road?
Okay, I'm going to go for the small one here.
The tariffs. The reference point for the tariffs, Oliver, seems to be the 1930s Smoot-Hawley tariff, which was damaging the economy 100 years ago when we were an export-driven economy. We're not an export-driven economy anymore, and certainly we're not an export-driven steel economy.
230.
80% of the American economy is domestic. The tariffs, we need to protect our domestic steel industry here. We need to not look like Europe in a decade, which has been hollowing out its industrial base. You see the problems they're having. We have to have a strong steel manufacturing base in this country in order to have the multiplier effect of the downstream manufacturing jobs. Look at Flat Global Metals. We're a distributor. We manufacture steel roofing. We manufacture steel garage doors. And we don't have strong domestic production of steel here in the United States. And our steel makers are protected to some degree from unfairly dumped foreign tons into this economy. Then we're going to have to depend on elsewhere for our steel. And the question becomes, will it be here? At what price? And will the quality be consistent? So again, back to this Nippon Steel transaction. It invests $3 billion in technology and steelmaking in the United States. It guarantees that production will stay here. And that's good for this economy and good for reshoring and good for jobs. It's in no one's best interest to not do this deal. Unfortunately, it has become political. It's pretty clear to see why, but the election is over. We're in between administrations, if you will. And we have a thriving steel market here.
Not sure if Trump supports it.
Certainly when it comes to efficiency and it comes to carbon. So we're bullish on American steel manufacturing, and the tariffs will just continue to solidify our manufacturing base here.
Great perspective for
My
us.
timing sucks today.
Thanks a lot, Jeremy. Appreciate your analysis and your insight on the whole thing.
Oliver, happy holidays, and thanks for having us on.
Absolutely. Yeah, great perspective. Very timely. Thank you very much, Jeremy Flax.
6,000 or 1,400.
Metals. A really good deep dive there into the sector and the shifts that happen and the way you have to react when you go from an exporting to an importing country.
Shit's going to happen.
KG's got the
What you
technicals
said?
on crude, dollar, and BTC for us this morning, with the most notable move happening in Bitcoin, pushing back to 98 as we are in full-on risk-on mode this morning.
Fuck yeah, we are.
Joining in the rally too. Small caps are up. All Mag 7 are up. Bitcoin's up. Merry Christmas.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, giving you even more specialized trading support. Connect with the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders ready to tackle your trading questions, no matter how complex. Plus, get 24/7 live help and access support.
I think I'm going to go make me a lunch. SPY broke out of the SPX broke out of the rising wedge. SPY's retesting resistance. SPX is retesting resistance, I mean. From the quad breakout, 1, 2, 3, 4. $6,000 or 6. There's another two. Magnificent. You say 17, I say 16. We'll see who's right. So far, you've been right. Because I'm in the hole. I gotta fix it. I'm not gonna rush because I ain't feeling too good right now. SPY's about to hit my resistance, 599. BOAS, BOAS, BAOS. I say we're getting ready to reverse real soon. Bitcoin.
But once again, you are seeing a little bit more of a breakdown. Now, is this a consolidation while we kind of fill out that volume profile, get some buyers?
I want to see if he shows mine.
That could be the case. But that 20-period moving average, once again, really...
I want to see if he shows my chart on here. On Bitcoin.
The 20-day also coincided with the 200-day moving average, a very pivotal.
How about the
moving
5
average.
year?
That's where we actually saw the bounce to the upside. So once again, some fractures in price. Nothing that says this is an immediate turnaround right now, but something to kind of keep on your radar that we could see some further deterioration here if we actually have bad news that comes out, or you just start seeing sellers kind of aggressively stepping in.
Okay. So 91,000, roughly 91.22, where you've got the line. It seems like that's kind of been some established support. And ultimately, if this does come out to be consolidation in the mid 90,000s, which is kind of what it's looking like from that volume profile, that would be a pretty good outcome for coiners.
It could be. You can actually take that upper and lower end of that range, so from 91,000 up to around 108,000, and you can actually extend that from those highs, and that'll get you kind of a new resistance level here. So you could say, give or take 125,000, 130,000 could be your next area of resistance if you are going to get that pullback and extension type of price action in the market here. Once again, it looks like a decent chart. Obviously, we've seen a really good movement. We have some consolidation right now. Don't break below 91,000. And if you're able to hold 91,000, I think the trend kind of remains to the upside for right now.
Okay. Good perspective. Nice. I guess with the exception of it trading under that short-term moving average, everything else in the chart looks pretty solid. So good for corners, and we're up, by the way, almost 5 G's in BTC this morning. So little Christmas gift again. Hey, Kevin, let's talk dollar. A really sharp move too by its own right, by its own standards since the October low. How do you read this one?
Yeah, this one's actually a very interesting chart. Obviously, we've had a lot of Fed action that has pushed this dollar higher, and then you're also seeing yields. Obviously, the primary trend right now is actually to the upside, but what the dollar actually does do very well is actually has range-bound consolidation type of action before it either breaks higher or breaks lower. And so we actually saw that early on this year, around April to around middle of July. We had a consolidation type of
okay, we're getting close to mine.
Channel that was taking place before we actually officially broke down here. You could say that we may have a little bit of a double top pattern.
I don't remember what chart
place.
that
It's kind
was.
of a lopsided double top here, but that's something to keep on your radar here. A little bit of a consolidation, maybe kind of dipping back to that 106, try to retest that. Maybe some buyers really do kind of step in there. But the thing that I'm also being mindful of is that RSI. Once again, a consolidation pattern.
How'd I get 50,
You do have a
16?
bearish divergence there, making lower highs and lower
60,
lows in the
15.
RSI. And that hasn't fully corrected yet. And if we kind of go in the past and look at these bearish divergences, especially when you're looking at the dollar, they tend to be pretty much spot on here. You also have the MACD, which has tried to make a little bit more of a bullish formation, 12 above the 26 EMA. Let's see how long that's going to last. This does appear that we might be near a top rather than just the start of a new trend and where we extend a lot higher from here. And the reason why I also kind of say that here, Oliver, we have a bonus chart. There's a lot of concern when it comes to a lot of these major currencies. The yen, you can see this also in the euro zone, but you can also see this in the Canadian dollar. And I think the Canadian dollar kind of gives you a little bit more confidence that maybe we're at a near-term peak when it comes to the dollar. And the reason why you say that, if you kind of go back over the last 10 years, you actually see this triple top pattern here. But what's really interesting about it is that they all happen at around election time, right? So you see a push to the upside, then we have a consolidation coming down. 4 years later, another push to the upside, consolidation coming down. Now we're at the election season type of high again. And if the trend is going to remain, we might see a little bit of a reversal when it comes to the Canadian dollar. You can see the same type
There's
of
your
trend when it comes
17.
to the Eurozone here. So
I'm gonna
that's
call
where
it 17
I also
now.
say, seems like we're closer to a top for the dollar index rather than another 8 or 10 point extension to the upside from here.
I really like the idea to break down the dollar into basket into some of its component parts to get some greater insight. That's pretty a clever look at it because the dollar on the last couple of years it kept getting stopped out just below where it is right now. So you could argue kind of on the 3-year chart or the 2-year chart rather that maybe the dollar found support at old highs at like 107, but then when you break it down and look at it next to the CAD like that, it kind of looks more like it's just challenging some of those levels. So that's a pretty interesting way to look at it. We'll see which kind of view wins out. Nice, interesting kind of take there on the greenback. How about crude? I know this is a personal favorite of yours, KG. It's just in the last 6 months, it kind of like disappeared from the conversation.
Yeah, and it's holding on for dear life here, actually. We are seeing a nice consolidation where we come down, test around $67.50 to $67, and then we usually see some sellers really coming in at around $70, $71 here. And until that trend changes, you probably, if you're an intraday trader,
60-20's next.
Crude, probably will remain within that trend for right now here. We also do see some areas of resistance where if we do see a breakout of this pattern, maybe $72.50 going to be your first area of resistance. And then the next one is going to be $76. That's going to be the 200-week moving average. We can see that there's a lot of volume that has been filling out at these levels here, but just not enough enthusiasm to really try to break it higher.
I'll be right back.
In fact,
and get me some stew going.
RSI is pretty much not doing anything either. It's kind of staying within the middle of the range, which is something that you don't really see in a massive consolidation, a 3-month or 4-month consolidation. You typically will start seeing the RSI either bottom out in oversold conditions and or to the upside if you actually see a little bit more aggressive price action before hitting resistance. MACD, once again, trying to hold on for dear life here, 12 above the 26 EMA, but nothing really says that this is actually a confirmed long for right now. And here's the other reason why, Oliver, another bonus chart. If we actually go to a monthly chart and look back at the last 20 years, it actually looks a little bit dire because we actually have this kind of flag pattern that has taken place over the last couple of years here and keeping that $65 level as an area of support. And generally, if we break down hard. And you can make the case that a fundamental break of 65 could actually bring us down to around $46.50. Here's the other reason why I say that. That MACD cross on the monthly is a lot more reliable. That 12 EMA crossing below the 26 EMA and then also below the zero line has coincided with lower lows for crude oil. And we actually just broke below that zero line the last month and a half or so right now. That flag pattern looks like it does want to pan out, and it does look like it wants to resolve to the downside if we're looking at a longer time frame.
All right. Like the long term there for crude because it's kind of like somewhere in the middle of the overall range considering the lows that were pretty extreme. But the short term definitely, it looks stuck. Which resonates, I guess, with this triangle too, that tells us that stuck position might be ready to break free. Perhaps you combine a crude's potential here to break out with the rising yields and some of the other kind of inflationary conversation that's been warming up again the last couple weeks. Maybe crude's a 2025 story.
It could be, and I think that story would also have to coincide with China's expansion. So I think it's going to go hand in hand when you're looking at the energy commodities. Just
You get another shot. 165 on the puts.
I think that's really what the market's banking on right now because some of the other metrics that you're seeing as far as global consumption trends just don't really point to demand ripping to the upside here and really garnering buyers to really step in. In fact, it's probably the opposite right now. But you are right. I mean, we're pretty much at the apex. Actually, the next month, we're at the apex of that triangle formation or that flag formation. You could either say a breakout to the upside, which could also confirm, maybe an $85 to a $90 a barrel price level for next year, if that's possible. Or once again, you see a breakdown. And I would say, just based on the fundamentals and then this technical structure here, Oliver, it's more bearish than bullish.
Put a tight stop on it if it breaks.
To get energy bulls, as well as just commodities in general, from grains to metals, to really wake up and try to rip higher. And that would be a very bad sign for the Federal Reserve. So I know the Fed's probably hoping that does not happen next year.
All right. Good perspective on crude there. Like the fundamental connection into China, too. So we'll watch the Chinese stocks, maybe if they give us some indicator. Appreciate it, KG. Thank you, sir. Great stuff. Nice help this morning.
I got lucky on that. Got 3 of them.
Market meetup when we come back, checking in on the session with a nice ramp underway.
Came back here and touched it a couple times.
Back to 98 with a 5% rally. NASDAQ, too, though, keeps pushing higher. We're up about 1% in the Qs right now. Bit of a beauty for a holiday shortened session. I guess we're just going to keep pushing it until they ring the bell, which suddenly maybe is coming too early.
It was 170 again. It was up to $2. Okay, I gotta, don't break. Back to 165. Could add 3 more right here, 165. I had 6 in order, but only took 3. Tesla double topped with a new high. Nine minutes to lunch hour. Johnny, it was a good trade yesterday on Target. $195. $90 at 195. I need 400 more today to break even. So we're back at support on the SPY, and the SPX is on the 9. Now I'm done. 205. There's 230. Well, if it got down to here, I could have $1,000 contracts. There's 250. You can get out now if you're in the trade. We're at support. 245. Okay, I'm up $300. I'm going to get out of them. $265 right there. Bingo. I'm out. Now I'm down 100. Damn, there's 75. Probably will drop nice. $285. Fuck. Now there's calls. We could easily drop down and hit the 63 and still be at support. Oh, baby. Gimme, gimme.
Atlanta Fed GDP now, 3.1% is the final update. That's a pretty good way to end the year.
Yeah, and that's really been a key theme this year. That's a resilient economy that's been, I think, a bit stronger than a lot of people expected, maybe even including the Fed, hence why there's kind of a souring Fed outlook for next year based on how many cuts we'll see. But I think I can't underestimate a strong, the U.S. economy, and it's, at the end of the day, a positive thing. I think the other thing to think about, of course, this starts the Santa Claus rally, the last 5 trading days of the year, first 2 of next year. The 24th kicks things off. So, the big question is, will Santa Claus come to town? Although I was actually looking, Stock Traders Almanac, 1.3% on average is the gain dating back to 1969. So it's certainly not the rip your face off rally like you and Dan were just talking about.
All right.
You ripped my face off, baby.
Ouch. Yeah. But we'll just pretend everybody's long.
The weak shorts are getting
Most people are long.
squeezed out. Definitely.
Yeah, by definition, people are long. By definition, Americans are bullish, right? Because at least we got our retirements. If nothing
Listen
else.
to CNBC, you'd think different.
Good morning here. Thanks for tuning in. Merry Christmas. Have a great New Year.
They're still trying to complicate Trump.
Join me, Oliver Rennick, alongside Schwab Network's options experts as we explore the second derivative. Gamma On is a brand new limited series to take your trading skills to the next level. Subscribe.
Huh, sizzling indexes ain't working. There we go. Tesla up 21 bucks. AVGO up 560. Apple up 232 and Mr. up 18. Amazon's up 335. That's volume high. Red, we got VEEV on the sizzling index down 650. TSM down $2. UNH down 2. Target's about to hit resistance at 132.51. Back in these at 160 again. Yeah, feeling good. Well, that's a short day. 2 hours left in the market, and I'm going to take a nap. God darn it. $130, $140 I got. I got 6. Knife, baby. Got an average of 150. I got 6. This is the support right here at 180. I get out here, but I want to see. I want to see if we get a knife. This would be a good spot to get out, but if it drops, I could have me a pretty good little trade, 100%er. $40 times 6, $240. Damn it. I don't think I could have. Well, I could have. Ding, 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 ding. Ooh, we got a ready, set, go on the SPX to the upside. Oh man, I'm so tired. We're going to squeeze again any minute, any second. We still got a 1, 2, 3 up here, or we come down and we hit the 60-11, the 63 EMA. Feeling restless. Knife to the 63. People are waiting for me. $185. Drop, baby. I'm even now. Plus. Drop, 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 drop. 195, $2. We're definitely bearish now. I got to learn how to stay in these trades longer. Should have got out right there, though. I'm up 300. Now I'm back to even. Tesla looking real good today. Apple holding up. Nicole is on television.
Jessica, some of your thoughts about the market here. I mean, we're now in the last 5 days of trading and 2 days in the new year, right? They always look for the Santa Claus rally there. What are you looking for when you're looking at the market now?
It's still the same thing. I think Powell introduced uncertainty in regard to fiscal policy, which really, really spooked the market. But if we take a step back and look at the data, which he is looking at, and we get more positive data, we still see a resilient consumer. It's interesting to me even how the market's reacting to the 10-year today. So to put that all together, I see the Fed's impact on the curve and then the market mechanics that happen at the long end of the curve. And I just want to still see that Fed easing policy, but also how the market mechanics and reactions are. I've been watching that 10-year because of housing. He alluded to that coming down eventually, or finally coming down within the inflation data. So it's really this big picture and puzzle and everything falling into place almost where it needs to be, Nicole, to have a bull market. There's a lot that we can certainly have, but I'm watching a lot of pieces, if you will.
She's excited.
Yeah, and look, there are some people who, I know the Fed took it down from 4 cuts to 2 cuts, and there are some people who don't think we're getting the 2 cuts. So we'll have to wait and see. Let's talk about NVIDIA, Jessica. We're talking about the run that this name has had, the split, then another run to new highs. Some of your thoughts on NVIDIA, where it's headed.
Yeah, and today I really, Nicole, wanted to talk about AI. It's something we've talked about so very often. Last week we were talking about AI agents, and I just really want to talk about where I see 2025 going, which is another leg within that AI revolution. We've got to think when steam was introduced, we didn't have industrial revolution until 100 or 200 years later. So no, it's compounding, and hopefully it's not that long of a process, but it all points back to NVIDIA. NVIDIA's leading the charge in the transformative tech innovation. And I want to point out an event that's going to happen in Las Vegas, January 6th through the 10th. That's the CES. It is where Jensen Huang is actually headlining or opening the keynote to the most powerful tech event in the world. So that event tends to have groundbreaking announcements that shape the tech landscape from many fintech providers, not even just NVIDIA, but lots of technology out there. I do think perhaps there's strategic timing where that presence would align with, we know, the very, very big event, which is the GTC in March 2025. But I do think anytime Jensen Huang just comes, he gives us a smile. He went on a podcast earlier and the market just rallied. So we're looking for any indications of that new type of innovation. And since there's an event right at the beginning of the year, I think it's a great time to position in preparation for that because we're still in the early stages of AI.
Yeah, I mean, CES is so exciting always, and it's always fun to see what the themes are and what people are talking about. Let's take a look at the chart. Kevin Green.
Well, the chart's still bullish here, Nicole. We have seen a little bit of a consolidation over the last, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, but the trend is still to the upside. And one thing to kind of note when it comes to NVIDIA is this cross for the MACD has actually been a really good indicator when you're looking at the daily time frame, 1-year daily time frame here. And for Jessica and being, optimistic, this cross that's actually taking place right now, which the 12 EMA is going to be above the 26 EMA, is really bullish for this name. And usually in the past, when we have seen these crosses, the stock has moved around $30 to $35 to the upside.
I'm going to have to get out of these calls here if we don't move.
We also saw
I'm going to hold them into close.
The RSI, just showing that price momentum did kind of stall out. It did make lower highs as well as lower lows, but it is kind of contesting that trend right now. And we are continuing to see some support coming in at around $129. Last week, we saw the stock get down to around $127.
Man, I'm getting tired.
We saw aggressive buying stepping in here, and that's actually being reflected within the volume profile. That
right back.
Area of resistance now has turned into an area of support. So if you are a bull, you want to be able to hold 129 and continue to see some buyers stepping in. And if we do break that and go below, then you're looking at the 200-day moving average, which is sitting at around $119 for right now. Immediate area of resistance is going to be $150. A lot of options positioning sitting there. And if we actually do exceed that level, I would look at the next area of resistance at around $160, which would be the upper end of the resistance level on that channel line. So this one's still bullish, still has some indicators that really suggest that maybe it just had a nice little reset before trying to move higher.
Right, understood. I mean, watching this chart, a bullish chart, no doubt, Jessica. And I guess you think it's still going higher, right? I mean, you have goals for this one?
I don't want to set a price target for this one, but it's really understanding those key resistance lines and support, but then the catalyst that's needed to go above that. That's what I look for in order to understand where it's going forward. I think it's difficult to even put price targets on these types of securities because even the best analysts aren't doing a great job with that because it's consistently beating earnings. So I think it's undervalued. It's got room for momentum because of just this amazing revolutionary stage that we're in regard to AI.
And then we take a look at Amazon, which is up 50% for 1 year. It's been an incredible performer, just off the recent highs of 233, and not just retail e-commerce. I mean, so much more with cloud and AWS and all that. So some of your thoughts on Amazon and the catalyst there.
Absolutely. This is where I want to focus on those models. So Amazon has Claude, which is Anthropic. That to me is a very, very true rival to ChatGPT. But what Amazon has is this infrastructure and these large language models that can be implemented. So there is something very important when we're considering this revolution and what that's going to look like, and what I talked about last week when we're going into AI agents, open source modeling and coders preference. And what I think is very interesting, due to the infrastructure, due to AWS, there's a lot of different verticals that this can fall into with Amazon and Anthropic, but that investment in Anthropic and the way that coders really can utilize AWS in tandem with that, because they're open source large language models, which is very important within the development world, allows them to be really streamlined, integrated within that infrastructure, and then see some enhancements and eventually those AI agents, which I am looking for, which I think is going to be the next catalyst for AI.
Right, understood. All right. Yeah, Anthropic certainly sort of came out, right, and then took over. Everybody started getting involved with that and investing in that too. Let's talk about that. Kevin Green, you're looking at the charts.
Yeah, for Amazon, this has been a stock that does like to trend fairly aggressively in a longer time frame here. If you can look at 6 months or 7 months of a bull trend, and then that's when we usually actually see it, reverse or correct. But when it does so pretty much in a really quick manner. And that's what we actually saw on the daily chart here. We saw this breakdown of the stock going below the 200-day moving average back in August, and it had a really quick reset before actually trending higher. And now we're in this megaphone pattern, or this expanding megaphone pattern. Just means that we are in a bullish trend, but we're going to see a little bit more volatility, and rightfully so. We can actually see that with the price action right now hitting the upper end of that resistance line, and we're trying to break up and break out here, Nicole. And if I were to put a support area on the chart, if we do see a little bit of a breakdown, the 20-period moving average, which we kind of just tested around 2 days ago, is going to be your first area of support. Next one is going to be $215, and then we break down to $200, which is going to be the support line on that megaphone pattern. And then to the upside, you could actually see an extension up to around $250. That's just taking the highs that we saw at $233 to the recent low over the last couple of trading sessions where it came to around $220. So taking that length, adding that to the highs is kind of where you get that $250 extension line here. RSI does continues to look actually bullish for this name, but MACD actually does show a little bit of a cross. Not a full-on bearish cross yet. We are still above the zero line, but it does kind of indicate that maybe a small consolidation or pullback
Donald's at 36 bucks
on the horizon here for Amazon over the next couple of trading sessions before really trying to push higher here. But once again, this is another chart that just shows that the bullish trends within tech as well as in consumer discretionary remains intact here, and that's what we've seen with Amazon stock over the last couple of months.
All right. What an incredible chart this has been, right? I mean, all of these Mag 7 have certainly wowed Wall Street. I was in the elevator with the CEO of Anthropic maybe 8 months ago, and it's like that wild moment. You don't even know what to say, right? Because it's the beginning of the skyrocketing of Anthropic. Final thoughts, Jessica, on this name, and then we have Microsoft.
Yeah, that's amazing. I would love to know what you talked about in the elevator there, Nicole. But yeah, I do agree. It's the early stages. Sometimes we need to realize that there may not be as early adoption, so that's something to be cognizant of. But there is a lot that I am excited about.
All right, next up, Microsoft here, which really, the high was actually back in the summer at 468. It's been chopping around. Some of your thoughts?
Yes, so OpenAI launched another model that's not widely accessible to the public yet, but it's very interesting because this is different. So we have another progress update with what's happening in regard to AI. So there is something called the ARC AGI Prize, which is Artificial General Intelligence. And it's interesting, in order to pass that prize, you have to get a score of at least 85%. Why, I'm unsure. But the O3 model, which is by OpenAI, so of course connected to Microsoft, that had a score of 87%, but there's certain components that were taken to pace, so the goalpost was actually moved where they didn't get that ARC prize. What I think is very interesting, though, is that model scored so high, and that's just giving us an indication of how smart and how even quickly they become smarter these AI innovative models are. Now, what I think is interesting, it's not necessarily the same type of large language models that we're used to. There are a lot of LLMs that we can access. O3, what it does is it utilizes Monte Carlo simulations. So reading back to my favorite trading strategy is options, very similar, to optimize pathways to understand the right type of AI model. So the reason why it didn't win that prize, it's very expensive to do that. It's incredibly capital intensive to run those type of queries. However, running that query makes problem solving extremely quick and leads to better strategic alliances. So the way that OpenAI has done this in the past with previous models is they get many models. So if you're on ChatGPT and you notice you have something access to a many, that's a smaller version that is better for broader adaptation for someone who, the better use cases for you and I, rather than very deep architecture developers. So I'm really excited for the launch of OpenAI's O3 model. I think we're going to see, again, the AI wars really heat up in 2025, and you can even see what I laid out last week and this week just with the new updates in AI.
Right. I love your passion about AI and all of this. This is something you've been talking about for so long. Let's talk, Kevin, about the charts. Please look at the technicals.
Yeah, when you look at Microsoft here, we actually did see a little bit of a value range, with the lows being at around $400, and then the upper end of that value range being at around $440. That just means that we had, for the better part of this year, actually a consolidation. And you're right, we actually saw a nice little breakout to the upside, but it was not able to sustain itself, and we went back within that range. And in fact, we are actually testing it right now with that 20-period moving average, Nicole. And unfortunately, it does look like we might be trying to touch that 200-day moving average. Now, that 200-day moving average is still moving to the upside, and that's because we have positive price advances over the last 200 days. But it is an area of support to be mindful of, and any type of material breakdown and break below that lower channel line, that $400 level, would be a little bit of a cause for concern when it comes to Microsoft here. If you're looking at an area of resistance, $440, which we're pretty much testing that right now, is going to be your first area of resistance. And then the next one, $465 to $467 is going to be your next area of resistance. RSI is actually still making higher highs and higher lows. That's something that you would like to see if you were a bull in this name. But MACD did just actually make a cross, a bearish cross, with the 12 EMA below the 26 here. I would say range bound until proven otherwise here, kind of at the upper end of that range. Maybe having some buyers kind of stepping in and taking a shot if it went down to that $400 level. And any further breakdown below that would be more of a cause for concern. But you know, the chart looks okay. It doesn't look like a lot of the other Mag 7 names, but it's been able to hold up and be able to provide some stability, at least for the latter part of this year.
All right, so some support, some stability. Thank you for the charts there. Jessica, your final quick thought, or maybe look ahead to 2025?
Yeah, I think it all really comes together. I want to see an easing Fed policy. I think that's going to be very important for the consumer, especially if we have any implementation of tariffs. When we had tariffs in Trump 1.0, we were in a restrictive Fed, so I want to see an easing policy. And then, of course, just looking at all the data, I think AI is still a key theme. We're going to move into the next stage of that, and perhaps it might even be a little bit of a narrow rally, but that's okay. We've learned that that can hold up the market because of the large market capitalization that's there.
Good look there at NVIDIA, Amazon, Microsoft today. Thank you both for the big three. Great stuff. Kevin Green on the charts. Jessica Inskip, stockbrokers.com. Thank you. Coming up next, we're going to spotlight a few stock picks for your portfolio. Ed Butowski is standing by. We'll be right back after a quick break here on Trading 360 on Schwab Network.
Ameritrade is now part of Schwab, bringing you an elevated experience tailor-made for trader minds. Go deeper with Thinkorswim, our award-winning trading platforms. Unlock support from the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders who live and breathe trading. And sharpen your skills with immersive online education, crafted just for traders. All so you can trade brilliantly.
With Schwab investing themes, it's easy to invest in ideas you believe in. Spot a trend in electric vehicles? Have a passion for online gaming? Or want to explore the space economy? Choose from over 40 themes, each with up to 25 stocks identified by our unique algorithm. Buy it as is or customize to align with your goals. All at your fingertips. Schwab investing themes, 40 customizable themes, up to 25 stocks in just a few clicks.
Cut the cord on the way you get market news. It's Market on Close. Join me, Oliver Rennick, for the biggest earnings coverage, insights from the smartest minds on Wall Street. Monday through Friday, 3 p.m. Eastern, available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Only on the Schwab Network.
Trading 360, I'm Nicole Petalides, live on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. So glad you're with us. It's time to spotlight some stock picks for your portfolio. Joining me right now, Ed Batowski, managing partner, Chapwood Investments, is here. We appreciate that you're here today. Thank you so much. So before we get to some stock picks, overall, I mean, what an incredible year it was, and can this momentum continue into the new year?
Yeah, I'll tell you, I don't think so. I think we're going to have a little bit of a headwind January, February, March. I think that stock prices have gotten far ahead of themselves, and I don't believe interest rates are going to drop quickly, and I think a lot of stocks are poised for that to happen. So I think everyone needs to temper their excitement at this point.
Yeah, interesting. So rates won't drop so quickly. I mean, we already heard from the Fed that they're not going to be doing the same amount of cuts that people had been hoping for. They originally were thinking 4, now they say 2, and there's some people who don't think we get the 2. So when you're trying to pick out stocks, is there a theme in picking those out?
Well, I still believe interest rates are going to drop, and I think that that's going to benefit a lot of interest-sensitive investments, and one of them is Labu that we'll talk about. But I'm also looking at the negative connotation from Trump announcing tariffs. And GigaCloud is one of those companies that I think is incredibly undervalued. The symbol is GCT. And I believe that GigaCloud, if you look at institutional ownership, where you want to have a little bit of institutional ownership, but not a lot, because institutions are what push stock prices higher. And then you have a short position of about 20%. I think this is a great candidate for a short squeeze. And I think that this stock can go from 18 up into the low 50s. And the symbol is GCT.
Yeah, is this a name that you've been following for a long time? I mean, are you adding to a position, or do you like what they do now and this is why it's jumping out at you?
Well, it continues to jump out at me. And I've been wrong about it because I started buying it in the mid-20s and it's down to around 18. But I'm not going to give up. I'm Jimmy Valvano. I'm never ever give up. And I believe that this stock is going to continue to do very well. The Chinese tariff threat has been a negative for it, but I believe that once they get another earnings call out, and they've been producing earnings at 100% over the previous year, and you have that, and that's one of the really great things. You got to follow the earnings momentum, and GigaCloud has a lot of earnings momentum to it.
Right, understood. All right, so let's get, and that's in the world of tech. What about Mercado Libre? Tell me about that.
I love Mercado Libre. In fact, if you look at Latin America, they basically do what Amazon does, but they capture 55% of the advertising revenue in Latin America, and Amazon captures 17% of it. So if you were to just look at them side by side, Mercado Libre is destroying Amazon in Latin America and in the Caribbean. So as long as the emerging markets start to expand and e-commerce becomes a bigger part of everyone's life, Mercado Libre is going to be the leader, and their earnings are going to skyrocket. I have a target price of about $2,300 on them, and they're selling at around $1,750 right now.
Yeah, that's pretty great. That's a nice target there. And then last but not least here, when you have this, you're looking at the biotech, and it's 3 times. So you do have a bit of a tech theme, not full tech theme, but you are looking at biotech 3 times. Tell me about that.
Yes, I love the biotechs, and a lot of things with biotechs is when they start to run out of money, that's when they get acquired by a big company. So that's one of the themes in biotechs is that they're always searching for new money, and that's when interest rates going lower stimulates the earnings or the profitability of these biotechs. But the real game is going to be when the big biotech or big pharmaceutical companies come in to purchase the biotechs. And I love the 3 times, because if I'm going to be a biotech buyer, I really want to go for it. And Labu is 3 times leverage on the biotech index. So when you look at Viking Therapeutic, for instance, VKTX, that's a weight loss drug, which I should be on, by the way. But Viking is a one that is going to probably be acquired at some point, and that's about that's a big percentage of the biotech index. And so I really like Labu, Labu.
Understood. So are you going to try and go with the momentum names that have been doing well, or are you going to be looking for the dogs and buy things and looking for value for 2025?
Yeah, I'm really looking at undervalued companies, ones that are going to benefit from an earnings boom. I'm not looking at the momentum ones, because I think the momentum's going to start to shift away from a lot of these high tech companies. I do like Meta. Nvidia concerns me, and Apple concerns me. Just from an earnings standpoint, I don't know if they can continue to print the numbers that they've printed, but I do like Meta quite a bit.
Right, and less on Apple and Nvidia. All right. Ed, it's good to see you. Thank you so much, Ed Batalski, Chapwood Investments. A great 2024 with us, and we'll see you in 25. Thank you, Ed.
Thank you. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Coming up, disruptors. We'll cover ServiceNow. Raymond James initiating this coverage and with some positive words, and we'll talk about that. Taking a look at ServiceNow. They have an outperformer. We'll be right back.
record on the way you get market news. It's Market on Close. Join me, Oliver Rennick, for the biggest earnings coverage, insights from the smartest minds on Wall Street. Monday through Friday, 3 p.m. Eastern, available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Only on the Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Trading 360. We're glad you're with us. I'm Nicole Petalades, live on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. The Dow is up 224 points right now. We're watching developing stories. We bring in Caroline Woods, senior markets correspondent here on Schwab Network. And Netflix receiving a nice price target hike from KeyBank today. Positive comments. Let's hear a little about that.
Yes, Netflix, of course, a huge winner this year, up some 90% in 2024, up another, 2.5% today. Those gains really picking up some steam as this holiday shortened session progresses. Only about 1% away from all-time highs, but KeyBank sees the name moving higher over the next 12 months, thinks it will continue to be a winner, hiked its price target to $1,000 a share from $785, so playing a little bit of catch-up as well. That implies about 8% upside from current levels.
Oh my God.
KeyBank maintained an overweight rating on shares. It says the market is in a Netflix one narrative, which is historically a challenging scenario for the stock.
60/10s or 12/50.
Multiple reasons it could continue to outperform the S&P 500 in 2025, including moderating competitive intensity,
Man,
live
that's too
events
small
driving
net.
more engagement. Of course, there are the two football games debuting on Christmas Day tomorrow.
Yeah.
They also point to revenue and EPS growth that should hold up better than Netflix's peers, and then meaningful EPS and free cash flow generation that KeyBank says provides more of a valuation floor than in the past. So raises price target to $1,000 a share. As for how that stacks up against the rest of Wall Street, median price target on Netflix only $829 right now, which is quite a bit below where it's currently trading, despite the fact that 65% of analysts still have a buy rating on shares. But the street high is $11.84, so not quite the highest, but getting up there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to see what their numbers are for this, right? We just had that Mike Tyson, Jake Paul thing, but they're saying, will viewers tune in to the NFL games on Christmas?
And will there be tech issues and buffering issues? Because we've seen that in the past with Netflix as well. Hasn't impacted the stock at all, but it could have a lot of upset football fans if that's the case.
All right, so let's see. Thank you for that, Caroline Woods. And we turn our attention over to the disruptors. George Silas is here, senior markets correspondent.
The disruptors.
Now, also with some positive comments from analysts. In this case, it's Raymond James. Let's hear a little bit about this.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at across the board, Nicole, we talked about ServiceNow a little while ago, and the analysts are still constructively bullish on this name. I mean, you have to think about this company is really a powerhouse in the HR service delivery, enterprise resource software space, and they've done a great job to structure and automate integrations of artificial intelligence within their software ecosystems. And it comes down to workflow optimization, efficiencies for major corporations like the Fortune 100 and 500 companies that use ServiceNow, and essentially the durable competitive advantage that this company has been generating over the years alongside other competitors, and of course, periphery technology software companies like Workday and even CRM or Salesforce in the enterprise sales and resource management space. But ServiceNow has become the go-to HR service management software that the major corporations use, and essentially it creates sort of a network effect where companies who start using their products, end up having high switching costs, so they stick with it. And so, over time, the analysts are still constructively bullish on this name. And so today, Raymond James actually initiated coverage on the stock with a $1,200 price target.
Starbucks in a pretty good spot, but they got that strike.
Perhaps at a reasonable price. They did denote that maybe valuation is a little bit lofty, and I can see where they're coming from, considering the stock is trading around 55 times next year's 2025's earnings. But if you look at the aspects of their earnings growth, it was around 27% in the last year. They're still expected to grow their earnings by about 28% going into next year. So it's trading around 2 times their forward earnings growth. But at the same time, if you look at the total sales, around 22%, subscription revenues as based on last quarter's report was around 23%. So they're growing their subscription revenue faster than total revenue. So they're growing more efficiently, and I think that's also very accretive to the bottom line for us. For ServiceNow, and this is why, again, Raymond James has initiated coverage, and previously we covered the stock. Canaccord also upgraded the stock from about $1,000 to $1,200 to an outperform rating as well.
I understand. Okay, so with that, how would you go about an example trade today, George?
Yeah, so I think if you look at the stock, obviously today there's not a lot of volume, but just based on the price of the underlying shares, it doesn't move a lot. There's not a lot of volume that's traded because it's still sort of trading on a pretty split adjusted basis. So what I'm going to do in this case is I'm going to play trend continuation because right now it looks like it's reclaimed the 20-period moving average, which I think is still constructively bullish, but it's not in a very aggressively bullish trend where you have
SPXs are at 60, 23, 26.
Look at putting out a bull call spread for February's expiration, the third week of February. These are monthly contracts, and I'm going to buy a $1,100 call. Then I'm going to simultaneously settle 1120 calls. So altogether, this would cost a trader about $10 a share or about $1,000 a contract. So in essence, your break even on this position is 1110 on the stock, which is about $6 off of where the stock is right now. But your max potential profit is $10, and that's only if the stock hits 1120 by expiration in the third week of February. So you have some time in this case, a couple months worth of time value, and allowing it to manifest slowly to the upside as it plays out and potentially a trend continuation.
All right, great stuff always on Disruptors with us here on the Schwab Network. Thank you, George Sillis. Good to see you. Appreciate it. Coming up next, it's time for our 360 round. Our guests are standing by. We want to take a look at 2025. What kind of market are we going to see? What are some of the investment strategies? Maybe even some stock picks for your portfolio. We'll prepare you for the year ahead. We'll be right back.
Button.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, giving you even more specialized trading support. Connect with the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders ready to tackle your trading questions, no matter how complex. Plus, get 24/7 live help and access support by phone, email, and in-platform chat. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Download the Schwab Network app and join us to follow all the market trends. Schwab Network is available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network.
Believe me, when it comes to investing, you'll love Carl's Way. Take a left here, please. But there's a... Carl's Way is...
Carl's Way is the only way.
At Schwab, how I choose to invest is up to me.
Exactly. I can invest and trade on my own.
Yes, and I let them manage some investments for me too.
Let's move on, shall we? No can do.
I'll get out here.
Where are you going?
Schwab.
Schwab, a modern approach to wealth management.
It's time to look forward.
Find the next trend.
From every click to every tick.
There's no fear of missing out on next-gen investing.
Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Empower your portfolio with the Schwab Network. He's Alex Coffey. I'm Jenny Horn. Join us for Next Gen Investing.
1 p.m. Eastern, only on the Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Trading 360, time for a 360 round. A look ahead into 2025. What can we expect? I mean, nobody expected two back-to-back incredible years that we have gotten. Ben Emmons is with us, Chief Investment Officer, founder, FedWatch Advisors, and Hillary Kramer is here next to me, founder, CIO, Kramer Capital Research. So glad you're both with us. Ben, I'll start with you with a big picture thought. I mean, I know you're watching the yield curve, the political uncertainty. Are we going to see a great year in 2025 or not necessarily?
I think, Nicole, it's going to be a year of, again, winners and losers. And it looks like that the markets are pointing to the U.S. as being the winner, at least in the stock market, because all the plans that the Trump administration has is clearly focused on trying to drive economic growth higher. And this is why yields also higher, despite some of the fiscal challenges that we're seeing elsewhere. I do think this is the winner and loser market, that stocks in the U.S. will outperform foreign stocks, and bonds in the U.S. will likely underperform foreign bonds, really because of what we're trying to do with our economy, driving it to a higher growth rate.
Oh, so U.S. stocks will outperform the international, but foreign bonds will be the better bond bet. Hillary, you actually have some names that you're watching. You think some names that, and you picked a lot of winners for this year, so kudos to you. What are some of your favorites for 2025?
I'm looking at those small cap, artificial intelligence, AI stories, because the Magnificent Seven, you're not going to have a triple, you're not going to have a 10-bagger. So the healthcare area, especially RxRx Recursion, which is looking at trillions of data points to find therapeutics and medications. We love Heal Well. I mean, that HWAIF, that is all about early detection. That's all about diagnosis for patients. And we think that that area is where you're going to see a huge takeoff. I mean, where there's going to be a lot of buyers. Now, of course, we can also look at AI in financial institutions. So, for example, I think companies like Robinhood and Coinbase, a lot of their back office, a lot of their operations allows for crypto to be purchased and different kinds of derivatives of crypto, but it's also that they're able to act faster, quicker, and they've taken the place of a lot of the inefficiencies of the other brokerage and wealth management houses.
All right, so some small caps, some crypto exposure, and more. Are you concerned about the yield curve for next year, Ben?
I think Nicole is going to get steeper, as we say, meaning that long-term rates are going to continue to rise, at least in the initial part of the year, because we do get that debt ceiling coming up. And as we just saw recently with this government shutdown, real challenge within the Republican Party, it looks to me that they're not having that easy of a time to negotiate this through a Congress that's supposed to be red sweep, right? It's supposed to be an easy way to get these things over the finish line. It doesn't look like it, so it should probably be some pressure on yields. In addition, that the economy is continuing to show strength, probably going to accelerate for all this optimism that we've seen this fall. So I think the yield curve is going to get steeper, meaning the 10-year yield is going to rise more than the 2-year yield, maybe reaching that 5% early in January. That's maybe possible.
Wow, that'll be something if people see that. At the same time, the dollar has been very strong, Ben, and so it's right around 108 today. What does that mean to you?
And that speaks to me, Nicole, like what we call central bank divergence. It's like a mouthful, but the idea is here that the Fed's now moved on hold, at least for one meeting and maybe more meetings, because it's really trying to assess the economy and the impact of tariffs, as we saw from their forecasts. But at the same time, you see other central banks, particularly in Europe, that probably have to continue to lower rates, because if we're getting a lot of tariffs implemented or announced, probably Europe is one of the countries that's going to be affected negatively by that in terms of growth. And that's, I think, driving the dollar currently. It's pricing in the effect of tariffs globally. If you take the dollar versus the euro, or you take it against emerging markets, you see that divergence developing. Stronger dollar, weaker currencies elsewhere. I think that's the theme.
Yeah. Look, I mean, the S&P and NASDAQ are up 25 and 30% respectively. Do you think we will continue to see big picture momentum? I mean, you mentioned some small caps that you like, some other ideas. Final quick thoughts about the momentum that we might see, or what kind of action you're looking for.
President Trump will have rates cut. I mean, that's the answer there, is cut the rates. It helps the debt situation. So that will, in the short term, meaning in 2025, we're going to see stocks rise again, and we're going to see opportunities to make money in the equity markets. And of course, there'll be some interest in some dividends plays, the Bristol Myers, the Wells, that haven't really caught the bid. You like those? Yeah, I like those. I think Boeing is gonna. I think Boeing could double in the next year because it's a very cyclical stock. They've had every problem. Exactly, and they had every problem under the sun. But really, the answer is AI. It's going to be the year of AI and the year of crypto, and it's going.
Who
to
is
be
this?
Healthcare. It's going to be in financial institutions, and it's not going to be with the usual suspects. However, I still think Palantir, which I had at 15 sitting here, and then 24, and now it's at 80, could easily hit 100 because it's one of the ways wars will be fought.
All right, Hillary. Great to see you both. Hillary Kramer, Kramer Capital Research, and also Ben Emmons of FedWatch Advisors. Thank you both for being here with us.
PLTR even broke out today.
Thanks for joining us here on Trading 360 with me, Nicole Petalides. So glad to see you every day at 11 a.m. and 2 p.m. here on Schwab Network, though today is a half day of trading. Schwab Network, get the app. It's available in the Apple App Store for free. Tune in 24/7, schwabnetwork.com.
Do.
Join me, Oliver Rennick, alongside Schwab Network's options experts as we explore the second derivative. Gamma On is a brand new limited series to take your trading skills to the next level. Subscribe to Schwab Network.
Bitcoin up $4,200 now. I nailed that support.
Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors, named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 6 years in a row.
We're definitely out of resistance right now.
The award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you, with unlimited ATM fee rebates for cash withdrawals worldwide, no overdraft fees, and enhanced security features to keep your money safe. Also, because your investor checking account is linked to your Schwab One brokerage account, you can manage your checking and investing in one convenient location. Moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash moved to your brokerage account is available in seconds. That means you can stop waiting and start investing in stocks, bonds, money market funds.
Head and shoulders.
Get more with Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors.
Cut the cord on the way you get market news. It's Market on Close. Join me, Oliver Rennick, for the biggest earnings coverage, insights from the smartest minds on Wall Street. Monday through Friday, 3 p.m. Eastern, available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Only on the Schwab Network.
Ameritrade is now part of Schwab, bringing you an elevated experience tailor-made for trader minds. Go deeper with Thinkorswim, our award-winning trading platforms. Unlock support from the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders who live and breathe trading. And sharpen your skills with immersive online education crafted just for traders. Also, you can trade brilliantly.
Okay. Can we get back to 6,000? I'm not sure.
Schwab Network. I'm Tom White. We've got a great lineup for you today. We'll have some discussions on the markets heading into the Christmas holiday, option strategies. We're going to cover Netflix, up nearly 90% this year, has live NFL games streaming on Christmas Day. And then we'll also discuss Broadcom, which is up over 110% in 2024 after an AI-induced rally post their earnings. And then Like Folio is going to have consumer sentiment data for us in Alphabet, which has rallied over 15% so far just this month and is just below all-time highs. Now let's take a look at the major indices and see how they're faring as the Santa Claus rally is green right now. The S&P 500 up 0.7%, Dow up over 200 points or nearly 0.5%. Leading to the upside is tech once again. The NASDAQ just below 1% gains there for the NASDAQ, and the Russell 2000 small caps up nearly 0.5% on the day. Got some big gains. Tesla, Netflix to the upside, Amazon. So big tech leading today. Help me break all this market action down. Let's bring in my co-host, and that's Kevin Hanks. Kevin, give me your take here. It's not surprising we're seeing Santa Claus rearing his head a little bit early here going into the last few sessions of the year.
Yeah, Tom, if you're wondering what a Santa Claus rally looks like, this is it. All 11 sectors of the S&P 500 or higher. That's hard to do in a market, right? Because of what the different sectors make up. But right now, Tom, everything is green. And then Magnificent Seven is all green across the board. It's a pretty spectacular, strong rally. A little stronger than probably people thought it would be. You get the NASDAQ up over 1%.
You, for one.
Up 0.75%. This is a strong day led by a lot of those tech names. I'm seeing big move. Tesla up 5% today. That stock.
He was the one that said, don't be getting too involved today.
So,
yeah, listen to him.
Yeah, I think this is one of those markets that not a lot to get in its way, Tom, between now and the end of the year. Now, except some headline that's we don't know of yet, like American Airlines. That could have been a pretty rough day for some of the airlines and American in general, but it looks like they started around 6 a.m. Chicago time, finished by 7 a.m., and they were clear after that. So watch out for the headlines that can disrupt something. But right now, Tom, looks like clear sailing to me.
Yeah, American Airlines down 4 or 5% in the pre-market. When we broke that on the futures show,
well, what the hell did they break?
You mentioned Tesla, Kev, up 31% so far this month after 38% gains in the month of November. I'm looking like for a story on why Tesla is up. I'm hearing some rumblings. January 2nd, they released their quarterly numbers, but I'm hearing Cybertruck sales are really starting to get sparked here post-election. So maybe that's part of the reason, but Tesla definitely leading the Mag 7 to the upside, up 5.1% today. Let's expand this conversation, bring in our next guest. That's going to be Kevin Green, Senior Markets Contributor here on the network. KG, give me your take here. Kevin kind of broke it down that Santa Claus coming early. Now, historically, the gains for the last 5 days of the year into the first 2 days of January, I think I average about 1.3% gains. But today, getting a big chunk of it today, right?
Yeah, definitely. And today is actually when it does kick off that Santa Claus.
I don't know what they're talking about.
Season, if you will. And we are seeing really good, green on the screen. What was actually very interesting is this morning we had a decent little pop, but market breadth was nowhere to be found once again. But now, as
nothing in here, bad news.
Starting to get the participation. Consumer discretionary ripping to the upside. Obviously, that's the Tesla story there. You have the tech names obviously continuing to move to the upside. But I think the big outlier here is actually financials, and it's large financial companies. It's not the regional banks. Regional banks are still actually down on the session here today, but when you're looking at the Bank of America's or the JP Morgan's, they're actually having a very strong showing after having a pretty decent pullback over the last 2 weeks. They have been lagging, and I think that's actually a really good sign that the market really wants to try to maybe pick up some of these names that have been a little bit oversold for now, and having some enthusiasm when it comes to the year end. I mean, we don't really have any economic data between now and New Year's that could really rock this market. You're going to have some Fed commentary, but that's going to be about it. So you're going to have very low liquidity in the market, very easy to really kind of push prices either to the upside or downside. And that VIX crush that we are seeing right now, I think is also allowing a lot of speculators to kind of get long calls create this kind of squeeze to the upside for the broader markets as well as some of those individual equities like Tesla.
KG, you bring up a good point here. The fact that the S&P 500 equal weight index, that's down 5.5%, nearly 5.5% so far this month. So we've seen that breadth of the rally kind of, take a little bit of a pause. S&P 500 equal weight up about 0.4% today. Is that the key moving forward? Because we have seen certain sectors with, the top 10 names in the S&P 500 now, according to Kevin Gordon, I read this from Schwab, that it makes up nearly 40% of the index's market cap at this point. So the equal weight, if we broaden out this rally, is that one of the keys? Some of these beaten down sectors like materials, industrials, and some of the others might rebound.
Yeah, I believe so. When you're kind of looking at the broader participation in the market, I mean, people can talk about the concentration, and they don't really care about it because the companies that do matter are making significant gains. But I think that when you kind of broaden out a rally, it really does show the risk on tone in the market, and that's why I believe also you're seeing kind of the VIX actually crushing to the downside. I think the market is a little bit okay with what the Fed policy is going to be, at least for now. Right, that's going to be a 2025 story when we're going to be trying to navigate it. But if we're able to have stabilization when it comes to rates, and you are seeing the 210 curve or that spread kind of widening out there, financials are going to be a very good example of a sector that's going to be able to benefit from that. And I think that's a really key for us to be able to have not only just advance in the market, but to keep these gains. Last thing I will say, it was actually a very monumental day when it comes to trying to recover from that sell-off here. When you're looking at the E-mini S&P 500 futures, there was a node there at around the 60-50 level when you're looking at the volume point of control. A lot of the volume that we saw on the sell side here is really where we are at right now. So this is actually a very big make or break moment for this rally to try to recapture all-time highs here. And we are seeing, the market's actually trying to recover, and I think that's a good sign, at least for now. And once again,
seems like Bitcoin's the one that's making the market run.
Come out there, the news stories that's going to rock the market here. But for now, over the next couple of trading sessions, I think the market's signaling that it wants to go higher for now.
Yeah, you mentioned the yields. That 10-year, 2-year down to widened out to 30 basis points in width at this point. But also, Kev, when you look at the yields, 4.62% we hit in the 10-year today. It's not causing any headwinds. And then Atlanta Fed GDP now came out, fourth quarter final estimate, 3.1%. So, hey, higher yield doesn't necessarily mean a negative for the stock market if the economy is doing well, right?
Right. I mean, the U.S. economy's strength is outpacing the rise in yields that may affect stocks, right? And investors are trying to make a decision here, which is more important, the 10-year yield creeping up to 4.6, or the fact that the U.S. economy keeps coming out with good earnings and good economic data. So, listen, if Jerome Powell is cutting rates and the economic data stays strong and yields stay calm, remember, the yields can go up and stocks can be okay.
God, sometimes this guy gets under my skin.
This has been a pretty orderly march, Tom, up here to 4.6% in the 10-year. So it's not anything that's scaring the markets. When will that happen? I don't know. We'll have to see on that. But I'm much more aware of the pace of yields going up or moving in general than I am of the levels, especially when it's in these levels that are not considered extreme yet.
Yeah, KG, I think, maybe that's part of the problem. It feels like there's been some divergence between maybe the overall market. We've had some weakness in small caps recently. The Mag 7, it's a big component within the S&P 500. The top 10, as I mentioned, nearly 40%. Is that, make a dicey situation at this point with yields still rising? And, hey, I get it, the economy is doing well, but that doesn't mean everything is going to go up in conjunction with the Mag 7 that's been leading us.
I mean, you're talking about half of this year's gains,
yeah.
Right, Tom? I mean, at the end of the day, I think that's how we've been able to kind of maintain and move forward. Look, I think the market overreacts both to the upside and downside, and I think that's exactly what probably occurred here when it came to the FOMC meeting and Powell's commentary, and we did see that sell-off. Are we going to see maybe a little bit of a slowing because of a 5% 10-year Treasury? Yes, you will. But once again, I go back to looking at the spread. What is the 210 spread really showing us? And is it expanding out because of the right reasons or the wrong reasons? And I think the market's going to take its cue from that. And then on the other side of that, you're going to still get companies and investors looking at companies that have positive free cash flow, that have a secular growth narrative, that can deal without pressures, right? And I think that's still going to be the tech theme. I mean, we can't hide away from the fact that tech is doing its thing because it's the brightest out of the bunch. And you can also, we include communication services in that kind of conversation here. But on the other side of that, that broadening out of this rally could also signify that you have risk on tone in the market. And I think that's what we're seeing right now. And I wouldn't worry about the Fed rate cutting cycle. I would actually like to see a market starting in January that starts to discount what the Fed is doing and focus more on the economic data that is out there and focus more on earnings growth and potential for next year. I think that's going to be something that the market's going to be okay with. And Kev's right. Stabilization in yields is really what you need. 5% yields, but if we're able to range bound around 5% for 2 months, 3 months, market's going to digest that and continue to move forward.
Yeah, but I mean, I look at that 10-year yield over the last 2 or 3 weeks. That's a parabolic move to the upside. We're at 72 in the RSI. So while it might be orderly, it's still a parabolic move on this 10-year yield to the 7-month highs that we hit today of above 4.62%. But Kev, to KG's point, I think where the rubber is going to hit the road here is earnings. It starts in mid-January.
Sure.
And I think that's going to be a real telltale sign for the markets because we keep on talking about valuations for the overall market, but individual names, they can be affected by maybe a cut in earnings guidance, something along those lines. So is that the key going into 2025 where we might stumble or kind of confirms what we've seen in the overall equity market moves to the upside so far?
Couple things about earnings. Number one, get ready for currency headwinds that you're going to hear about in earnings calls, because CEOs, especially of multinationals, are going to have to start addressing the higher dollar. Then, Tom, you and I talk about a lot on this show about a high bar and a low bar. The bar is going to be unbelievably high for these companies to beat on earnings and guide going forward, especially when you look at large cap tech. If you want to become worried about the overall market, just hit up a 1-year chart. A lot of these large cap tech names. Look how far they've come in a year, and that might give you a little cause to be concerned about how high the bar is going to be for next year in earnings, because valuations, Tom, are not cheap. They're actually very expensive. So, knock you over with a sledgehammer, knock you over with a feather. When you're at these elevations, with these valuations, Tom, it won't take much to rattle this market.
Yep, we always talk about that. KG, I wanted to bring up one chart, get your quick comment on this. This is the number of companies above their 50-day moving average in the S&P 500. We talked about that bifurcation that's happening where tech's driving everything, but not a lot of stocks are participating. Only about 27% of the companies are above their 50-day moving average in the S&P 500. I just look at this as a gauge when I see extremes or, divergences. And this is a telltale sign for me as far as divergence goes. Does the rest of the market catch up to tech, or does it flip the other way where tech's getting a little bit too stretched here and maybe it has to come back a little bit?
That's a good question, and I'm not sure if we're going to get that answer until another couple of weeks. On the other side of that, you could say, okay, everything kind of sold off pretty aggressively here and tech was able to hold up. Are some of these companies that we do talk about, valuations that might actually be fairly cheap compared to its relative, 4-year or 5-year averages when it comes to valuations, are they good pickups right now? And that's another question for the investors out there. I mean, if you kind of overlay this chart, I know we're not going to do it now, but if you overlay this chart with the S&P 500, you could see the pullbacks pretty much coincide with the lack of breadth, really getting to the extremes of the markets, right? That percentage number moving to the downside. And actually, this is the more aggressive one that I think we've seen in 3 years, if I'm not mistaken. We're getting close to the 3-year lows for this indicator here. So you could also make that case that, yeah, maybe there's a little bit of overselling, when it comes to a lot of companies out there, or maybe there's some bargains. I think that might be more of the route to go rather than mega cap tech actually catching up to the sell side here for now. Because I don't think that that's going to be the case until we get earnings that really do disappoint. And what Kev just said, currency headwinds, if an executive or a CEO did not see the results of Adobe and their ability to blame currency headwinds on the lackluster earnings and guidance moving forward, they may not want to do that. Right, the company should be able to perform regardless of what the currency headwinds or tailwinds are going to be, and I'm not sure if that's going to be a good reason to sell off stocks or try to miss your earnings or your guidance. That's just my 2 cents. We didn't care about it to the way up. I'm not sure why we care about it on the way down.
Yeah, they always seem to highlight it when it's in their favor, but now on their earnings events, now they come out with, hey, we grew at 5% on an FX neutral. We only grew 3%. So they kind of wiggle around that. They love when it's in their favor, when the dollar's down, these multinationals, but then they kind of give that clarity on why they got hurt, maybe why some of their percentages aren't what they should be with those currency headwinds. All right, guys, let's take a quick break. We come back, we're going to talk Netflix. The streaming stocks rallied nearly 90% this year. 2 NFL games tomorrow. We'll take a look at Netflix when we come back.
Every morning, every trade, always live. Expert earnings analysis, in-depth technical insights on every changing trend in markets. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Welcome to Morning Trade Live on the Schwab Network. I'm Oliver Rennick.
Knock, knock. Number one broker here for the number one hitmaker.
Thanks for swinging by, Carl.
No problem. So what are all those for?
This lets me adjust the bass, add more guitar, maybe some drums.
Wow, so many choices.
Yeah, like Schwab. I can get full-service wealth management, advice, invest on my own, and trade on Thinkorswim.
You know Carl is the only front man you need.
Oh, I gotta take this, Carl. It's Schwab.
Schwab.
Have a choice in how you invest with Schwab.
Welcome back to Fast Market here on the Schwab Network. We're talking Netflix. They got some NFL games. They're broadcasting live tomorrow. Let's bring in Caroline Woods, senior markets correspondent here. Caroline, expectations pretty elevated going into these NFL games tomorrow, but the stock's almost doubled in a year. So I think everything's looking pretty good for Netflix at this point, right?
Yeah, shares up 92% in 2024, up another 2.5% today. Really only about less than 1% away from all-time highs. So it's been a stellar year for Netflix. And yes, a reason that analysts are still pretty bullish have to do with Netflix's focus on live events. And we know that Christmas Day, there's going to be 2 NFL games, Netflix's big NFL debut. It's the Kansas City Chiefs against the Pittsburgh Steelers and the Baltimore Ravens against the Houston Texans. Netflix reportedly shelled out $150 million.
Go Chiefs!
Games. So I think the big question is, will that pay off? But now it has NFL, soccer, WWE, boxing in its streaming portfolio. and analysts are.
We've been unstoppable.
Reasons. Speaking of bullishness, KeyBank actually thinks that Netflix will continue to move higher over the next 12 months to the tune of about 8%. Raised its price target to $1,000 a share from $7.85. So playing a bit of catch up, seeing as Netflix is now trading above $930 a share. Kept an overweight rating on shares. Said the market has a Netflix one narrative, which historically would create a challenging scenario for the stock, but points to multiple reasons why it thinks Netflix can outperform the S&P 500 once again in 2025, including the fact that live events are driving more engagement, also moderating competitive intensity, revenue and EPS growth that it thinks will hold up better than its peers, and then meaningful EPS and free cash flow generation that provides more of a floor, a valuation floor, than in the past. So getting more bullish. I will say, though, if you take a look at the median price target for Netflix, it's only $8.29 a share, so significantly below where it's currently trading, despite the fact that 65% of analysts still rate Netflix as a buy. So it seems to be a little bit of a disconnect there, but we are seeing KeyBank at least get more bullish in terms of how far Netflix can run.
You know, Caroline, there was a time not long ago when people started to look at Netflix growth prospects as limited, right? They were hitting kind of saturation in the U.S. and they weren't sure about growth abroad. Well, all of those things, this new ad price tier is bringing in a whole nother tranche of subscribers. And now, if they're also evolving as a company and realizing that live sports are easier for hits and good days, and they're not a movie that people may not like or like. And this is, I was saying this to Tom earlier, this is linear TV's last stand. If Amazon, who's doing extremely well in live sports, and Netflix, which figured out the Tom Brady roast and the Mike Tyson fight, people are flocking to this live sports and live events in general. And this is just Netflix maturing and getting better at what they're doing. So what's the next thing, though, Caroline? Is it more advertising? Is it more lower tier? What is it exactly?
If I knew, I might be running the company, Kev. But no, I think that you're certainly right too, in terms of the growth prospects, and I think that's what keeps the bulls bullish. But I do think that in terms of, there's room for growth in terms of subscriber numbers, especially if they continue to get into live sports, as it's clear that this is a long-term play, a long-term investment for Netflix. I think where they could be running into some trouble, at least according to some on Wall Street, is just in terms of their valuation at this point. As Tom pointed out, nearly doubled this year, up about 92% year to date, and some think that the valuation looks stretched because Loop Capital was out with a note just a few days ago, and actually the commentary is pretty positive on Netflix, but it was still a downgrade.
We have liftoff.
Netflix has rarely, if ever, looked better positioned than it does currently, but says that just given how far it's run, it's closer to fairly valued, and that's despite the fact that it thinks that Netflix will add over.
We hit the last linear channel on Mr.
Mid-teens growth, and that it should report a monster Q4
Oh,
again.
the
So
SPXs.
it seems like a lot is working for Netflix. It's just that that valuation could be called into question.
Is that when I sell them?
And I think it's important to note, as we talked about it after the boxing match, that's the stock price wasn't hit at all based on the fact that Netflix had a whole bunch of technical issues and buffering and bandwidth issues, and some people weren't even able to watch the fight. So I think there is some maybe hesitation heading into the games in terms of will Netflix be able to support all those football fans tuning in. But it certainly didn't dent the stock price. So there's clearly a lot of optimism on the street in terms of what Netflix can do, and it really, according to a lot of the commentary, it's really just the beginning for live sports and some of those hefty price tags that we could see for streamers trying to get into the space.
Yeah, and I think what people forget about, I can't really talk about the
60
NFL this
30s.
season. My Bears are horrible. I can't watch them. Go Bills! Yeah, go. I knew that was coming. But you guys realize there's only 18 minutes of actual actual gameplay in a 3-hour broadcast of an NFL game, that is just killer for the advertisers and the people streaming them. So Netflix probably going to do well on this, as long as there's no buffering tomorrow. I think that there could be some downside if there's some buffering tomorrow. I guarantee you that. All right.
And it's not just the advertising revenue that it generates, but it's the subscribers that it could attract, because those games are behind a paywall. You have to be a subscriber, and it could decrease the churn rate as well. Maybe people aren't going to be canceling if they want to tune in to games in the future. So there's a lot of positive or potential catalysts for Netflix heading into 2025.
All right, great stuff. Thanks, Caroline Wood, senior market correspondent here, breaking that down for us. Merry Christmas to Caroline. Let's bring KG back in here. KG, give me your take here on this one, because you look at valuations. Yeah, it seems like their earnings the past year and a half have been really good. They're growing subscriber base. The ad tier now is picking up. That's a higher margin business for them at this point, and they have that ability to raise prices, KG, and not many people, if any, are going to cancel their subscription, right?
I'm right there with you. Yeah, and where they're actually raising prices is, I think, key for this year. In the past, it's been the North American market, and that's obviously been the most profitable, but they have built out a huge base when you're looking at the Asia Pacific markets as well as the Middle Eastern markets. And the last earnings announcement, they actually did talk about raising those prices when it comes to these emerging segments of their business, and that's a huge lever. If they see the same type of response rate where they had 96 to 97% retention rates even after raising prices in those segments, I think that's going to be immediately accretive to their top line, and obviously it's going to flow into their bottom line there. And that's been a lever that they've been sitting on for literally years, and I like the fact that they're actually now doing so. Hopefully, I don't think it's going to be aggressively, raising these prices, but at least getting that cohort of viewers used to that type of strategy. Look, when you're looking at tomorrow, two things. Obviously, the sports
bounced off the 9. Rob alerted me at 105. I got in at 120 and out at 210
and Beyonce's going to bring all those
on the SPX, the 60/30s.
During this viewing tomorrow. And I think that's going to be the key area. It's going to bring a lot of eyeballs, but the buffering issue was a problem. That was something that you did see a lot of issues online about, and that could actually be a risk for the stock to the downside. I think the eyeballs and having the mass participation is going to be great, but they actually have to kind of show that they improved since the Jake Paul Tyson fight, and I think that's going to be the biggest risk, downside risk for them over the next 24, 48 hours.
Yep, definitely could be a volatile second half of the week here on Thursday and Friday after the holiday. KG, you got a customized three-legged spread here. Help us break this one down, because we don't typically look at this, but it's an interesting one.
Yeah, it is. And so let's just break it down. It's a call spread and then also having a long put, out of the money put that's being added to this. So the call spread is looking at the December 27th expiration, buying the 935 call, selling the 950 call, and then buying the $900 put expiring for December 27th as well. That would bring a debit of around $6.90. Max loss is going to be the debit paid, $690. Max gain is theoretically $89,310. That's if the stock goes to zero by Friday. Highly unlikely that that's actually going to happen here. And you have two break-evens. The downside break-even, $893.10. Upside break-even, $941.90. But even if we do get a bullish move, and it does move to the upside here, and it does cap out that call spread at 950, you're still looking at around an $8.10 profit on the trade to the upside. Once again, this is more bullish leaning, but throwing that curveball in there, if we do have any hiccups, especially if you piss off the beehive, you can see a little bit of a sell-off in the stock here, and that's why that long put's actually sitting out there in the event that does actually happen.
Yeah, let's break this one down. Three-legged spread here. Buying one of the December 27th weekly 900 puts. You buy one of those, then you buy the 935 call, sell the 950 call. So a bullish $15 white call vertical to the upside. Protected on the downside by a long put on the 900 strike. 690 debit is what we got up
We're
there.
back at the 9 again, 135.
So that would actually lower your risk. But if you pay 690 debit, there's your risk, $690. And that is between those break-evens that KG mentioned 893.10 on the downside, 941.80, 90 on the upside on this one. Kev, you look at this trade, it's almost like, hey, I need a move either to the upside where I can make over 800 bucks if it goes above the 950 strike. But hey, if this thing collapses and goes back down below 893, I'm going to be profitable on that side too. But you definitely need a move, right?
Yeah, this is pretty. Let's put it this way: it's 3/4 of a long iron condor, Tom.
Yeah.
Right? You're long the call vertical, long the put, but giving yourself almost, all the way down to zero, unlimited on the put side. So it's just it's a play looking for a modest move on the upside or a big move on the downside.
Yep, and the debit you pay, as we said, is the risk on this trade. You got a wide gap there, but you just need a move. So if buffering takes place, maybe this thing does fall. If it does fall, you want it to go below 893.10 on that. And if it rallies, if everything works out well and they get new subscribers.
We hit the 63.
I think Christina Aguilera is playing too at one of them. So yeah, maybe somebody besides football fans going to be tuning into that one. So good look at a customized three-legged spread where you need a move. And thanks to Kevin Green, senior markets correspondent here on the.
I'm done, I think.
Merry Christmas, Kev. But coming up after the break,
Not a bad day.
Look at sentiment data.
Really good as yesterday.
The Google parent stock has jumped about 40% so far this year, hitting all-time high just last week. Stick around. Coming right back.
We got 3 black crows. $65 to $1. Just right there. $60.25s. I'm going to move up. What time is it? No. I'll just wait.
aspect of their business doing well. Search is doing so well that they're being accused of being a monopoly. YouTube.
AMD's knifing.
We just talked about how important advertising is. YouTube keeps growing, their advertising keeps growing. Now you're talking about their new chip that is doing things at record paces.
Oh?
And Gemini that's now getting in. Remember, they
Didn't even pull up Google today.
the gate on Gemini, and it wasn't as good as some of the others, but slowly but surely it's catching up and doing well. So this is a company that doesn't, it's kind of the tortoise and the hare, Tom. They don't go as fast as the other companies, but once they get there, they're usually better.
Yeah, and you
Oh,
mentioned
really?
that digital ad spend. Lightfolio has another chart where they're actually, pulling back here a little bit. Google ad spend down 9% year-over-year change in ad-related web visits. So maybe, that's taking a little bit of luster off. You can see growth rates for Reddit picking up.
That's up
and then
25 cents, 30 cents.
But some of the other competitors, even Facebook and Instagram from Meta platforms, starting to deteriorate a little bit. But they now have, there's so many pockets that you can advertise within. You mentioned the quantum AI research team and their new computer chip called Willow. It's going to be, I don't know how many times faster than what they've got out there right now as far as quantum computing goes. So that's given maybe that that next leg up to the stock. But Kevin, when you look at this trend, as far as deterioration of ad spend, we don't have an election next year, so that that pot of gold for digital advertisers is kind of going away. Is that maybe a headwind for this stock, Kev, when you look at this data?
Yeah, but Tom, by the end of next year, you're going to be talking about midterms.
Yes.
And so we're always in an election cycle. It's just not president for the next couple of years. So listen, I don't think, betting on digital advertising spend and the migration from linear towards streaming and boy, betting against that is a bad idea because the trend is coming this way, and there may be good months and bad months and good quarters, but the trend is for advertising dollars to come towards. Now, do they monetize it as good as, let's say, Meta? Meta does a great job of targeting their advertisers. Can Google probably do better at that? Yeah, probably. YouTube is keeps growing and keeps getting bigger, but they have so many good, strong, powerful companies under the alphabet shield, Tom. It's just a matter of one thing gets good at a time. It's like when I used to trade GE. GE was so big, there was always some part of GE that was struggling, right? Yeah. And that's what the market likes to attach itself to. Seeing that with Google Alphabet.
And
I know a few people that make good money on Google. I mean, on YouTube.
A year or 2 years down the road until we get any clarity on that. Google Alphabet did actually just come out with some remedies, potential remedies, but they're going to appeal any case.
I know a few that's been censored too.
You got an example trade in here in Google Alphabet. Walk us through it.
Yeah, Google Alphabet is actually, it was for a long period of time the cheapest of the Magnificent Seven in terms of valuation. And with all the news they have coming out, with all the things they have coming out, remember the Department of Justice, the stock sold off, got into the mid-160s at one time. So Tom, starting the year, looking at the end of this year, what can happen, I looked at something going out to the January 17th expiration, buying the 195 call, which is right where the stock is trading right now. And then going out to the January 3rd expiration, only a few days from now, about a week and a half, and selling the 200 call. So I'm looking for a move around $5. That's inside the expected move for out till January 3rd, Tom. The 195, 200 call diagonal, buying Jan 17, selling Jan 3rd, Tom. Paying about, it was 4.25. Yeah, it's about 4.25 still, Tom.
Let's break this one down. January 17th, monthly options expires in 24 days. Buy that 195 call, the at-the-money call, as Kevin mentioned. And then against it in the January 3rd option series that expires in 10 days, sell the 200 strike call. Bullish, $5 wide call diagonal. You're paying less than the width of it, $4.20. So your break even is going to be around 196, 197 to the upside. So you need it to grind higher. You can see here from the risk profile, the apex of profitability is going to be at or near that 200 strike. But as you get closer to expiration over the next week and a half, 10 days, you'll be able to roll that short 200 strike call, creating credits. That'll reduce your risk,
what
that'll
happened
reduce
here?
your break even
The
on
video
it,
knife, yeah.
increase potential profitability on it. So it's definitely a bullish trade. But you, Kev, when you look at this, the debt you pay as your risk, 420 bucks. You look at this one, hey, you just want it to continue to grind higher, like the Santa Claus
It's a weird
rally.
acting stock.
It really helped this type
Both
of
AMD
proposition,
and
right?
NVIDIA.
Sure. Yeah, it's so widely held. It's in so many of the indices, Tom. I mean, if the market drifts higher, unless there's some news report, like we got a news report today about them filing briefs and answers to some of the lawsuits. But, you know, the stock today with the market up, Tom, is up. It's up about 0.5%, 0.716%, but it's higher. And a drift higher throughout this up till January 3rd would be perfect.
Look at the calls I was thinking about getting. Which ones?
And as we mentioned, as you get closer to expiration over the next 10 days, you got some assignment risk over the next week and a half on that short 200 call. But at the same time, Kev, time decay working in your favor on this one into that January 3rd weekly options. That's probably going to help with Christmas being where we're off a day and a half.
Oh, the 60-25s?
Time decay really working in your favor on
Damn.
this one, right?
Exactly right, Tom. That's what gives you the patience in a diagonal or a calendar spread. Is the
Well, there I go again.
dated option, the shorter dated option, and collecting the theta of the difference between the two. Now, it's not big theta yet because you're selling options out to January 3rd. You could shorten that and sell this week's options. The theta would be higher, but if you want to do it, that theta level will start to pick up as you get closer to that January 3rd expiration. Right now, it's pretty modest, Tom, but it'll pick up as you get closer.
Yeah, and you'll have two opportunities to roll or adjust that short
Shit.
call.
That's
to
crazy.
A different weekly series, and then if you roll it into January 17th,
I think today could have been a good 100 grand day.
Call vertical in there, potentially for credit if you collect enough on those adjustments. All right, great stuff as always on the Google call diagonal to the upside. But let's take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to talk Broadcom. Chip designer stock has rallied over 110% so far in 2024. They got
Well, I don't know about 100 grand, but it could have been a pretty good one.
On their earnings report just over a week ago. Stick around. Fast Markets coming right back.
Well, this year's been a real good year for me. Next year, I think it's going to be twice as good. I really only need to correct one thing, and I think that's to try to stay in the trades longer. But we'll see how the market reacts to Trump. I mean, it's got to be bullish. But we've had such a freaking great run with hardly any correction past 3 years, 2 years. We need at least 10%. This was beautiful right here. On the SPX pullback, those two big old engulfing candles. Inverse head and shoulders. Practically it's a rising wedge, but it's close to an ascending triangle. I said we'd get back up here to the top of that there body right there, and we got pretty darn close. We did hit it if you count the wick. So that's definitely a hard resistance for now. Almost right to it. Yippers mannequin. No, it's not monetized yet. I'm thinking about it. Do. George! Ah, you left.
Center-based businesses, companies like Meta Platforms. You also have to consider Google, Microsoft also, and of course AWS. All these leading hyperscalers are using Broadcom's systems from an infrastructure standpoint to grow their AI compatibility and AI architecture altogether. So, I think what we're seeing is the evolution of this vertically integrated technology system, and it started off with NVIDIA. Now it seems to be moving
Tesla
towards, how do you integrate all these
460
together? Everything from, semiconductor specific silicon systems, but also at the same time networking systems. And everyone really looks at just NVIDIA, but there's also been these periphery names like Broadcom, now over $1 trillion, but even the standard go-to network gear companies like Sienna Networks, Cisco Systems, Juniper.
It's going to 510, that's for sure.
Hewlett-Packard Enterprises.
Tesla
These
will.
companies have actually
There's no doubt.
well over the last year, because now it comes down to transmitting the results from computations utilizing NVIDIA's.
Damn, he's at it again.
George, something changed when they came out with earnings and described what's happening with their
I
company.
don't know. Better be careful.
Their CEO, Tom, mentioned his name.
We got 9 minutes left.
Custom AI chips is where they seem to be differentiating themselves. And the compound annual growth for 24, 83%. That's $12.2 billion for 24, expected to be $75 billion by 2027. The gap that happened in the
These went to 480.
off at all, frankly, from the big gap that we had on earnings. So this is a company
Actually, it went to 540 probably.
whose view has completely changed from the street perspective of what they're doing. They've made themselves into the number 2 player in AI right now, even ahead of someone like AMD.
So, you look at the gap, and there's a lot to talk about with this company, but if you look at the gap, generally speaking, gaps can be, terrifying, because you don't know if this is the right time to get in, because it's moved so much. But it also corresponded just right after with the Fed announcement and the pullback we saw in the markets. But you're right, if you look at the continuation pattern and even that gap, both of those are still holding the respective 10-day moving average on the stock. Now, the other thing is, there's also this aspect of, is now over
10-day.
Now,
I got the 9-day.
They're done with their fiscal 2024's numbers. You go out
Oh, the 9 EMA.
$6.34 in earnings. 26. The estimates right now are $7.60. So, You put these numbers together relative to the current price, or at the very least using yesterday's closing price, it's 31 times 2026 earnings. Now, that's expensive compared to the average historical 5-year of around 20 times. So it's basically like a 50% premium you're paying for the stock, but you're also paying for more growth. And if you look at the expectations for earnings growth, 27% is the earnings growth. That's more than double the 5-year average at 12.5%. And also sales estimates 25%, also more than double the 12% historical average. So you're in essence paying, about 50% more for a company that's growing.
It's nuts, man. I'm telling you.
On its 5-year average. So this is where this conundrum lies. I mean, you could say it's expensive.
It's very expensive.
$1 trillion company. It's trading at a 30+ multiple, but its growth rates, its forward 4-quarter growth rate estimates are essentially more than double their 5-year average. So one could also make the case that it's still, relatively cheap. Maybe not necessarily compelling cheap, but maybe relatively cheap, even at these levels as it's gapped higher, and maybe posits, or is now demonstrating a potential trend continuation, because again, the markets themselves.
It's up 100% this month.
To these large 8 companies.
I said it's up 100% this month.
In this mix of the Mag 7s.
Yeah, they
in 1 month.
Octane did.
It's
on the last
too
call.
expensive.
By 2027, they expect AI networking could be between $60 and $90 billion for the companies.
And the earnings sucked.
Might be there.
Well, they don't look too bad here.
All right, great stuff. Thanks to George Tillis, Senior Markets Correspondent here, helping us break that down. Merry Christmas, George. AVGO, Kev, I got a couple different trades on this one. They're both bullish. As examples here.
No, it's not up 100%. I take that back.
One's a little bit more conservative than the other. I'm going to lead off with that. We're going to look at a short put vertical, Kev. I went out to the January 17th monthly option, so 24 days to expiration. Selling it out of the money put vertical. Sell the 225 put, buy the 215 strike put, short $10 wide, neutral to bullish put vertical. You're collecting a credit. We've got $2.30 on here. It's probably $2.15 right now, maybe a little bit lower as the stocks moved higher. But if you collect $2.30 credit, that's what you can make. It means your break even goes all the way down to $222.70. Your potential reward on this, about risk on this, $770. That's below $2.15. But Kevin, this is more conservative and giving yourself a better probability of success, right?
January 17.
Exactly right. High probability short put vertical when you're not sure, right? This allows you, Tom, excuse me, to be slightly wrong and still profitable, right? You've got all the way down to $225. You've got $13 on the downside that this stock could back off, and you're still on top of ahead of your short strike. So this is one a little more passive. The 225 put about a 71% probability of finishing out of the money, but this is risk-defined, collecting theta, high probability, Tom. It's a short put vertical. The risk is skewed to the negative, as you know, on a short put vertical, but the percentage of finishing out of the money, over 70%.
Yeah, and Kev, I always look at this. This is a type of strategy that, hey, maybe I missed the move, but I'm still bullish on a name, but I'm still a little bit cautious. Maybe there's a pullback coming where you can do this higher probability of success type of position, but that means you've got more risk on this position because, as Kevin mentioned, about 71% probability that short 225 strike is going to be out of the money at expiration, which is what you want on that one. So, Kev, I looked at a different one, a little bit more aggressive, but maybe takes advantage of a push higher where you could be, if your expectations are that the stock's going to go up over the next maybe 3.5 weeks. Use that same January 17th monthly cycle, Kev, 24 days to expiration, where I'm going to buy an unbalanced call butterfly to the upside. The strikes that I used, buying one of the 235 strike call that's slightly in the money, sell two of the 250 strike calls, and then buy one of the 255 strike calls. So in essence, you're buying a $15 wide bullish call vertical, offsetting some of the costs on that by selling the $5 wide call vertical, paying roughly about a $4.80 debit on that, probably closer to $5 right now because the stock's moved higher. But if you pay that $4.80 debit, the debit you pay on this type of strategy is going to be your risk. Because we made it unbalanced, Kevin, you only have one break even on that one. That's $239.80 to the upside, so you don't need a blowout move to the upside, Kev, right?
Yeah, this is one that, you know, to break it down as simply as possible, you're spending about $5, it's trading about $5 for a $15 call vertical. And then if it continues to go and you're short a $5 call vertical against it. So even in an extended move, once your direction is decided, even an extended move on the upside isn't going to take your profitability away from you, which can sometimes happen with a regular 1x, 2x1. So this is a bullish play. It gives you about 17 long deltas. The theta, because you're not in the key area yet, is pretty flat. Tom, you're not making or losing theta, but if it starts to move towards 250, yes, then you're going to have some negative or some positive theta coming in, and that's where that spread peaks out, Tom.
Yeah.
Butterfly.
Even, if it does go above the 255 mark, as Kevin mentioned, it's still a double of profit.
Is that a call or a put?
And you can offset costs. So, Kevin, when I look at strategies like that, it's like, well, why don't you just buy the 235, 250 call vertical? Well, you're going to spend $6.50 on that one, so you've got more risk on that. And then you also have to start thinking about the assumptions on where you think the stock's going to go after 113% gains this year. Maybe 250 over the next 3.5 weeks is more realistic than maybe going to 255 or 260, somewhere along those lines on that type of trade. But they're still both bullish. This is just a bit more aggressive, where you need the stock to go basically above $240 to be profitable on that one, with the apex at 250. Kev, we're going to wrap up the show here. I just wanted to get your take. Heading into the end of the year, there's going to be maybe low liquidity, but there might be some volatility going into New Year's as people reposition maybe their portfolios, right?
Yeah, today's not a highly liquid day, but there'll be some activity between 26th and, you know.
That's what I'm hearing too. They're not taking their money out.
There'll be plenty to do. Just.
They're not taking their money out until the beginning of the year and move things around, so they won't be taxed. So that first week might be a good week, and then the couple after might not be. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. But I'm going to hold my Tesla. I'm up over 100% on the stock.
.35% at this point. Dow up 390 points. We just got a
well, that's it
here in the last 10 or 15 minutes as yields came off of their highs. That VIX below 15. All right, that's going to wrap it up for us today here on Fast Market. Everybody have a great Christmas, and we'll see you in 2025.
Yeah, 2025. Are you taking some time off? I think that was a misquote. Well, really a great day today. Some of you done much better than I did, because I was had a headache, major headache. I had to go rest. I don't know what's going on. Hope it ain't signs of a stroke. I've had to take aspirin 3 days in a row now. Anybody ever had a stroke? Merry Christmas to you, Angel. Mannequin. And everybody that's on YouTube. Be sure to hit that like. Whoa, what happened there? You all take her easy. I'm going to watch my videos. Take the rest of the day off. Merry Christmas to you, Magnificent. Jesse, Joe, M, R, Ricky, and Rob, and Ricky, and Randy. Yeah, I looked at him. I looked at him. $1,300, 11:30, closed. We had him at $1.20. You got to take advantage of them big sell-offs, that's for sure. Look at that run from yesterday. $130. 140. So that's impressive. Very impressive. I go out and buy me a car this week, almost. I'm going to be doing maybe a video or two, I don't know. One of the best Santa rallies that I've seen in a long time. But we had that huge sell-off right before it. I think that kind of helped. So we'll catch y'all later, YouTubers. Thanks a lot for showing up. Spread the word.